Tick, tock, 10, 11, noon already. How much longer? When's going to be my turn? Just how hard is this marriage interview? I opened my file, looked it through again, observing the other nearly 70 women sitting in the hall waiting for their turns. Seeing their fancy dresses and delicate makeups, I bit my lips, wondering if my lipstick had fallen off, hoping I would not fail so ugly like the first 20 women who walked out of the CEO's office. I straightened my back, switched my left leg over my right one, watching the door of the CEO's office open and close over and over again. I miss her, the only person who had power over me, my anxiety, my tensed heart, my every emotion I could ever have. My little sister, at home, alone, she must miss me badly. Considering her current condition, I really needed to run back to her. There we go, the door got opened again. Another interviewee came out. Did this one get selected finally? Guess not? I saw her messed up mascara, 2 black streams of tears running down her cheeks. Her smoky look was ruined. Hazel eyes were bloodshot, eyes avoiding everyone. Her beautiful shirt sleeves got hooked by the door handle on her way out. I saw her brows knotted on her impatient, embarrassed face, using every ounce of her strength to tear it apart. In the end, her sleeves got torn a piece, and with even one broken piece left on the handle. The woman slammed the door and stormed out of the sight. Next one, please. Number 38, Miss Wilson. It's your turn now, voice came from the lady at the reception desk. I saw a lady right in the row in front of me, standing up gracefully with her super short, silver sparkling dress. The moment she stood up, I was sure I almost saw her panties. I saw her unconsciously pulled the bottom of her dress to cover her almost showing sexy buttock. I almost laughed. Seeing the confident smile on her exaggerating makeup face, walking on a pair of around 10 centimeters high heels into the office. I was wondering if she was here for a dance show. How could anyone feel comfortable in that tiny dress? I patted my own chest, feeling a little relieved. 37 beautiful women, sweet, sexy, professional, innocent. I have seen all types and dressing style women walking in there and coming out failure. My confidence seemed to have come back a little bit. What I was looking for wasn't a handsome guy or a Romeo romantic relationship anyway. I was just after one thing he was offering: his money. Riley Campbell, a legend of one of the world's biggest business kingdom. 3 luxurious yachts, 6 private islands, 1 private jet, mansions and penthouses all over the world, and claiming that he'd purchase 1 more land for his vacation home. He was the prince of every woman's dream. Just some information I happened to know when I browsed some pages about him on Google. After I saw the advertisement, I was supposed to be online searching for a part-time job when I came across an unusual advertisement. Want to be a millionaire dollar bride? Here's your perfect chance. Marry to Riley Campbell and be the princess you always dreamed to be. Riley Campbell, the very definition of wealth and royalty, now asking for a bride who can give him an heir in less than a year. The contract is 2 years long. All your life expenses during the marriage will be covered. Once the baby is born, you will be paid $1 million in cash as your reward, plus a mansion for your remaining life and family, and your son will be inheriting Mr. Campbell's business empire in the future. Interested? Come on to the interview and try your luck. Resumes are needed for all candidates. Resumes should contain the details below: photo, age, weight, height, race, religion, education, background, health condition, genetic disease, etc. Your every little detail is required. Note: any candidate with forged information will be disqualified. Interviews for Mr. Campbell's wife will start at 9 a.m. September 3rd, 2020. The interview lasts for 24 hours only. Don't miss it. Location: for more information, contact. For more information, contact the email bluck@xmail.com. Campbell Enterprises headquarters. $1 million. I gotta admit, I was attracted. Hard to resist such a great offer. Just a child. Once I give him an heir, I could finally afford my sister's surgery. And that's the only motive that kept me from leaving this place, filled with nose-choking perfume and heavy makeups. I ignored the hunger from my stomach after sitting here so long. I made a bet to God that maybe there is indeed free lunch somewhere in the world. Hope I could win. Hope I could be the one he picked. Bang! Miss Wilson came out of the office with her livid face, slammed the door. No tears at all, just fury in her eyes. Interview was over. She simply took off her uncomfortable high heels and threw them at the elevator and kept pushing the button impatiently to close the door. Son of a bitch! He rejected me. I mean, how many virgins are there these days? She shouted on the phone, which caused a round of gasps from the rest of women present. Seeing her still complaining to her friend on the phone, I was glad that I was still a virgin. I sat back against the chair, feeling a little more relaxed now. Number 39, Miss Evans, Mr. Campbell will see you now. Same voice from the lady at the reception desk, but this time, it finally was my turn. Oh God, I nervously smooth on the ruffles of my clothes. Hope I don't look bad. I could feel my heart beating so fast. I stood up very slowly, trying to do it the same elegant way as the other women did. But I knew I must look really dumb now with my blushed face. I held my file against my chest, just to find a place for my nervous hands. I opened the glass door carefully, knowing that my sister's life is at my hands starting from this moment. My heart was about to jump out from my throat. I can do this. I kept giving myself this positive psychological hint. Gently, close the door. Okay, I'm in. Wow, this office, maybe bigger than my full house, so clean and neat, more like a living room in house. Actually quite beautiful, I could say. I admit I was attracted to those gorgeous lilies in the vase. I dreamed of having some flowers in my tiny apartment with Zoe. Gray, black, white, these three colors somehow made me nervous. And what got my tongue knotted was those four men in black suits, Giorgio Armani. I saw the logo, sitting right on the couch against the glass window, and four tall guys standing behind them, icily cold faces, sort of supermodel security guards temperament. And what were the use of them? In case some girl like Miss Wilson got hysterical in the office so they could throw her out or something? But wait, which one is Riley Campbell? What god gene is this? They all look so alike, and most of all, beyond hot. Was this supposed to be a funny way to begin the interview? Guess which one of us is your future husband? Well, of course not the one in the right corner. A little gray hair on the edges of his dark brown hair, I could see. Also his serious look and firm eyes, the father, I presume. But the one next to him was way younger, maybe not even 20. Light brown hair, soft eyes, very charming, looking like a sweet boy with nice skin and good manners telling from the way he was seated. The next man in line, I didn't like much, around 28 or 9 years old, something like that. Curly blonde hair, blue eyes like deep sea, perfectly sculpted face line, exquisitely chiseled nose bridge, very charming, I could say. Yet with some innate condescending temperament, as he crossed his legs and looking at me with slightly frowned face, I felt a chill crawling up to my spine. But somehow this glacier poker face looked familiar, like I have seen him somewhere before. Beside him, I finally saw someone who knew how to smile. Maybe 25-ish, darker brown hair, soft hazel eyes, looking a little muscular and bigger than the others, maybe a fitness trainer or something, but I liked him. Handsome face and goofy smile, at least he made me feel I could be saved from awkwardness by him at some point during the interview. You prefer standing there to have your interview, miss? We got a long line out there, the poker face man said coldly. So I sat down. What's your name? The youngest one of the four asked. Davina Evans, sir. I tried to make sure my smile stays on my face. 23 years old, high school graduate, living in East Princeland, blah, blah, blah. The poker face man started mumbling, reading my file. East Princeland? Isn't that for the poor people? The muscular man frowned, sneered, and exchanged his sarcastic look with his brother. I felt my palms sweating, hard to maintain that fake smile now, and didn't dare to straighten my head to look into their eyes anymore, being judged by rich people in such an insulting way. And yet I couldn't deny it. I am poor. Are you a virgin? The muscular man asked with his eyes straight looking into mine. Also the rest three, faces looking so serious waiting for my answer, as if I wasn't a girl and wouldn't be shy to answer that kind of question facing four men. Yes, I am, sir. I had anticipated this question ever since I heard what Ms. Wilson shouted about, but never expected to be this humiliating. First laughing at my living place, then flatted out and asked me such a personal question. I felt my face started burning out of embarrassment, but what's cooking inside my head was regret. Why the hell did I come to this place for this humiliation at all? What brought you here? The oldest man questioned me. His voice sounded so thick and firm, as if he was a police officer questioning me in an interrogation room. I need the money, sir. As I was crossing my hands tighter and nearly stick my nails inside. Wow, quite straightforward. And here we thought you fell in love with my handsome brother already. The muscular man teased as he put his arm over his brother's shoulder, who looked like he was about to go mad and throw me out. I laid my fingers on my bracelet, lowered my gaze, trying to hide my blushed cheeks. Sir, your brother is handsome, yes. But forgive me, don't you find it insane to fall in love with a handsome face I only saw on the internet 3 days ago? I just flatted out like that, then realized I maybe sound a little bit rude now. Because I caused a round of laughing. Ha ha ha! Ouch, Riley. This girl got spunk. That's going to take a while to digest now, huh? The muscular man teased at his brother. Riley? The Riley Campbell? This poker-faced man is him? That makes all sense now. He looked so familiar because I saw his picture on the internet. He definitely had one of those self-righteous rich boys' faces, which I loathed the most. Bang! Riley closed my file angrily. Okay, tell me why you need the money. Riley asked. The way he looked at me was a little intimidating. My sister, sir? I need money for my sister's disease. She has leukemia, and the surgery requires a lot of money. I stated out my real reason honestly and looked at Riley straight in the eye, as I knew I could only be sincere and soft when I talked about my little sister. Leukemia, so you have a sister with serious health problem, actually maybe dying. I thought you'd read my requirements carefully. Anyone carrying potential disease are disqualified. How am I supposed to know that you won't have that problem someday in the future? You know very well I'm not going to have a woman with potential leukemia to bear my child. Riley said his words with his harsh, freezing tone, like knives scratching my heart when he was implying I wasn't capable of bearing a healthy child for him in his sarcastic way. Sir, the hospital was close to find a match, but I need money for the surgery. And I don't have any disease if that's what you are suggesting. I tried to say it out with soft tone, couldn't let him feel that I am aggressive. But telling from the faces of the rest of them, I seemed to have drawn their attention, and the air seemed to get a little intense. I'm sorry, are you wearing contacts? They look so green. Riley looked at me in the eye. No, sir, I couldn't afford those unnecessary extra expenses. Just then, I sensed some softness and tiniest worship from those faces across me for the first time. Beautiful and big temper. I heard the muscular man whispered to Riley. But that wouldn't change the way Riley looked at me. Very well then, so you may not get that disease, but your education could be a problem. You are a high school graduate only. You work in a low-class restaurant and also a housekeeper in a tiny hotel, which means you may have personal hygienic problem in touch with all dirty dishes and heavy toxic chemicals every day. Plus, you live in the East Princeland, where fleas and rats running around. He responded. Each word was laced with poison, I felt, and the name of that poison was aggression and insult. I found it so stupid to come here. I was like an ant that could be squashed any time in front of him. Sir, I couldn't get to choose where I was born or who my parents were. East Princeland was for the poor, yes, I can't deny that. But I love my sister. I couldn't go to college, not because I sucked at study, but because I lost my parents and couldn't afford it. I had to take care of my little sister. I worked 2 jobs to make money for her. I held back my tears, tried to be polite because I was still having hope. Maybe if I took all this humiliation, there could be a chance to save Zoe. So you came here to get the money for your sister, even if it means to marry me, a stranger, and bear my child? Riley questioned. Interesting. But why would you think I would marry you? Riley asked in his own condescending way. I'm sorry? Honestly, I didn't get a reason to quite convince myself that you are the woman I'm looking for. You are poor, you lack of high education, you don't have class, according to the way you dressed yourself, and most of all, you don't have manners. I can tell you've got an attitude from our conversation. The only thing that's appealing to me is you are a virgin. Other than that, I see nothing in you. I need a wife, not a one-night stand. He just said those words, with no remorse or emotion in his eyes or tone after the way he insulted me. But I knew I couldn't be mad. He mentioned I got an attitude, Then I had to apologize for Zoe. I couldn't give up. Sir, if anything, I offended you. I sincerely apologize. But I do know how to be a wife. I won't fail you, I promise. You know how to eat a steak? How to dance the waltz? You know about wine or music? When I take you to a charity ball, how are you going to socialize with my friends? And by the way, if you love your sister so much, how am I going to be your top priority after marriage? You have answer to any of the above questions? Guess not. Riley spoke very fast with arrogance. I knew he just wanted to tell me how to back off in a graceful way, and no need to have hope here. And the rest 3 men, no intention to apologize for his rudeness or anything, only disdain on their faces. I can learn. I know the difference between sister and husband. I'm sorry, Miss Evans. I just don't think you are the wife I'm looking for. But I can pay for your sister's treatment, though, Riley offered. I felt pain bleeding out of my heart. I failed. But I didn't want to endure this humiliation for any longer. I squeezed a faint smile, took back my resume on the table, stood up. Thank you for your offer, Mr. Campbell. But I'm sorry I can't take it. I don't have money, but I do have dignity. I'll show myself out. Thank you for your time. The girl living with fleas and rats are out of your sight now. I left without turning head, just closed the door without hesitation. I held up my chin, relieved that I got out of a super arrogant jackass life. It's raining. Listening to the busy Princeland street, feeling the heaviness lifted in my chest. I closed my eyes in the cold rain. It's over, Davina. So naive to believe there's free lunch in the world. But how was I going to pay for Zoe's treatment? What was I supposed to do now? How am I going to tell Zoe that, hey, sister was so close to $1 million, but let it slip it away? Hell no. Hate to see those beautiful eyes of hers get disappointed. Okay, let's try the 10th time to see if I could get a 3rd job to get some extra money. College students at least. Master degree required. Bachelor's degree is a minimum requirement. 5 years of working experience preferred. Every company wanted college students, and I just couldn't find my place in such a big world for a high school graduate. I was counting 1 to 10 before I was about to reach home. That was kind of my habit already. To put away all my emotions from work or life and whatever it was I came across, and only left cheerful smile with my little Zoe, didn't want her to get influenced by those cruelties in the outside world. I was taking out the keys. The door was opened before I put the key inside the lock. Hey, Davina, I'm getting better at this, aren't I? Zoe opened the door with her bright eyes. I stepped in, hugged her as I always did, the first thing I came home. Hey, Zoe, I'm sorry for being so late. You must be starving. Zoe was only 15, but she was already quite tall. Luckily, I had my high heels on and my a little darker brown hair so people could still tell I'm the elder sister. She wasn't able to cook yet. No, I'm all right. You left me burgers in the fridge. How's your new job hunting going? Did you get the job you like? Zoe raised her eyebrows as if she was expecting some exciting news from me. I really hate to disappoint her and take the light from her eyes away. About that. They were looking for someone for full time and I, can't. I just couldn't bring up the epic failure I had with that interview. Well, they're lost then. You'll find something better. That's one thing about Zoe. She's always positive, always thinks of the best of things, of people, and she believes in me. And that's exactly the thing that has kept me together all these years. I'd do anything for that smile on her face. Yes, I will. As you are my lucky star, as always. My heart ached at her words. I didn't want her to feel any stress or anxiety. Did you notice I'm a little different today? I started to study Zoe, noticed her dress. The dress I bought for you on your last birthday. What's all this beautifully dressed up? Is there anything special today? There's a concert going on at the Music Academy this afternoon. Can we please go? Zoe pleaded. A concert, that must be. I knew how much Zoe was obsessed with music. I really wanted to give it to her, but I was afraid it would cost a lot. No, it's free. Remarkably, how did she know what I was about to say? Zoe hurriedly ran to the sofa and brought the newspaper to show me, pointed the place she marked on there, clarifying it was free. I knew how much she wanted to go. I hated it when I couldn't satisfy her. But going to somewhere in public with so many people, I was still holding my worries. But Zoe, she was like in my mind. always knew what I was thinking. She saw my knotted brow and already knew I was hesitating. Please, I'm so bored in the apartment. I saw her eager in the eyes. Her complaints led me to finally compromise. Okay, fine, we'll go to the concert. I know you love piano, but don't leave my sight, all right? I couldn't risk letting her get emotional. Not good for her disease in her current condition. Yes, madam. She smiled at me with a salute like a naughty little soldier to her commander. I loved it when I saw her innocent green eyes shine. She's my sunshine, the light of my life. I managed to grab a jacket for her in case the musical hall gets cold inside with the AC, and 2 pairs of sunglasses for us, a hat for her. Princeland could be still hot in September. Didn't want her to get dizzy after long time exposed in the sun. I tried to be considerate while Zoe was already urging me outside the room. Hurry, Davina. The concert is about to start. I don't want to miss that. Of course not. It's still an hour to go. I closed the door, made sure I held her hands tightly so she wouldn't get lost. Cars drove like crazy here, people everywhere. East Princeland was poor areas. It could still get crowded or even messy sometimes, too. I held Zoe to quickly pass through the dirtiest groceries block, put the hat and sunglasses on her in case one of those tramps under the bridge grabbed her before we reached the bus station. Finally, we sat on the bus. Zoe quickly took off her hat and glasses, wondered if she was feeling uncomfortable wearing those. You don't like the hat, Zoe? I whispered. I just don't want to look different. Zoe murmured with her head low. Looking at her shiny strawberry blonde hair so beautifully glowing under the sun, I somehow felt some sore in my throat. Yes, only I treated her as a different, diseased little girl. My overprotection could possibly have hurt her. She's fragile, which I kept forgetting sometimes. Finally, we reached the music academy, looking at those students and their parents entering the hall in fine suits and dresses. I was a little out of place, and sorry for Zoe that I couldn't provide a life like that. I lowered my head, loosened my hand to Zoe, but Zoe somehow held my hand tighter and gave me a cheerful look with her smiling eyes. I'm so excited, sister, thank you. And that was why I love her so much. She knew exactly when to say thank you to me. And she knew about love, despite her maybe unpredictable emotions or slow moves sometimes. We found a place towards the back and near the exit, so I could get out easily before the concert ended. Couldn't afford to be late for my work. The whole time, Zoe held my hands. When the pianist played the melody of Dream Wedding, I felt tears dropping on my hands suddenly. Was it because the sad, beautiful melody reminded her of something sad? My heart ached whenever I saw her cry. You all right, Zoe? I reached hand to wipe her tears. I just thought, if only I could play this song on your wedding. That'd be so beautiful. But there's no if, is there? I felt a tightening of my throat and some sour filled my nose. Tears blurred my eyes. Those sweet words just triggered the tears I couldn't shed when I failed the marriage interview. I wish I could afford her a piano. I wish she could study and live like any other kids at her age. And if only I could get a wedding, a romantic wedding at all, like all other girls in the world. But there's no if, is there? I just sat there, sobbing quietly, trying not to let her see my tears. I was always the strong big sister for her. I watched her so mesmerized by the music, while I was lost in the peace and joy in her eyes. I think we should leave now, Davina. Your shift is about to start. Oh no, I looked at my watch and realized we had spent 3 hours here. Time always goes faster with the people we love. True indeed. My shift at the hotel was about to start. I was surprised Zoe was actually checking the time for me. I took her hand to leave quietly. Much less crowded on our way back home, we got on the bus, looking at Zoe's satisfied look. I turned my head towards the window. I had to find a new job if I would like to see more of Zoe's smile like that. I took out the newspaper Zoe gave me earlier, flipped it over to see if there were any job posted. Hotel receptionist, someone in the night duty needed. Urgent, working time 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Big no. Zoe couldn't stay alone at home, but the pay was good though. Bartender wanted, 3 to 5 years of experience required. Again, no, didn't have that long working experience. Gas station, working time 5 hours on Saturday and Sunday. That looked good, but the pay was little. All right, no. The job with a nice salary, either time frame didn't work out with my other two jobs, or just I wasn't qualified for it. Why was it just so difficult? I fell into a trance by watching the cars and people in the street through the window. Would things be different if I had been a little softer with Riley Campbell at the interview? That was the easiest way to get money after all. But maybe not even if I showed my softness. Riley Campbell made it clear I wasn't good enough for him. We are getting off, Davina. Zoe pulled me back from my trance. 15 minutes and we already reached home by bus. I closed the door, turned on the TV, let Zoe sit on the sofa while I pulled my hair to a ponytail and went to open the fridge. I was thinking maybe sandwich plus green bean soup for her, healthy and quick. Then I gave up the thought. I wouldn't risk Zoe's health just because it was easier for me. Plus, she already had an unhealthy cold burger for her lunch. Definitely, I needed to make something nicer for her. So I took out the vegetables and cheese and some pasta. Okay, still 1 hour left for me to prepare dinner for her. I stood in the kitchen, seeing Zoe's such satisfied face, couldn't help but smiled. Ding dong. I heard the doorbell. I remembered I paid the rent last month, couldn't be the landlord. Who could it be at this hour? I wanted to put down the soup ladle to see who it was right when I was preparing the soup. Davina, I'll get it. Zoe stood up from the sofa. I heard the door open. Hi, is this Miss Davina Evans home? Yes. I tried to go back to cutting my carrots. Then I heard a man's voice coming through, a strange man, and I heard my name. Someone's looking for me? I paused my dinner making, went out to see who exactly it was out there. Zoe, who is? I felt my vocal cords got stuck all of a sudden as I saw 3 men standing right at my doorstep. Riley Campbell, along with his brother and that older man, his father in my theory, looking so cold with indescribable eye looks. Smells good. Jambalaya, is it? Riley's brother teased. My eyes couldn't move away from Riley. How did you find me? This is how you treat your guests, young lady? Riley's father asked. I blushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Please come in. I handed out my hand in a welcoming gesture as one of the ladies in those fancy hotels. 3 tall men just entered my apartment with their heads a little lowering down as Zoe closed the door. Sister, are they looking for trouble with you? Zoe asked. Oh, no, Zoe, they are here to talk. About my job. Actually, they are the bosses. Would you like to give us a moment? I told Zoe. Okay, but let me know if you need me. Sure, I will, I replied. You 3, I'm telling you, my sister is the best employee in the world. She works so hard, and you need to select her. Zoe, out of everyone's expectation, including myself, just stood there and talked like a little boss giving her order to those 3 giant men in front of her. Then she gave me a hug and went to her room. Riley's brother pressed his lips and finally let out of his laughter that he held back so hard. So that's your little sister. She's indeed adorable, yeah? Ha ha! Both he and Riley burst into laughter, but Riley didn't laugh that big. I understood the sarcasm in their laughter, but I tried to be polite. Would you like anything to drink? Gee, you are even smaller than I saw you this morning. Maybe you are like 140 centimeters now? Riley's brother kept joking about my height. I'm 106 centimeters. Sir, I'm sure you are not here to laugh at my sister and my height in those expensive suits, right? So, if you finished your laughing, excuse me, I still have dinner to make. I wasn't in an interview anymore. No way I was going to show them good face to their arrogance again. Quite the temper for a small person like you. Riley's brother finally shut up. No more making dinner, you're coming with me, Riley ordered. His blue eyes locked on mine, having this charm and power forcing me to obey him. Why? I questioned with my knotted brow, shock and fear crawling up to my heart. Who did he think he was? Just came to my place and gave an order, trying to get me apart from my Zoe? Not gonna happen. Because that's my order, Riley said with no emotions on his face, just cold as always. I sat down, crossed my legs, not going to follow his order. I'm sorry, Mr. Riley, but you are not my boss, and I don't take your orders. Oh, she is in denial, Riley's brother commented. Shut up, Leo, Riley shouted, a little anger flickering in his blue eyes. Leo? So that was his name. Leo was funny, in his own way of self-esteem humor though, but at least not that creepy and cold like his brother Riley. Riley stood up, fiddling with his luxurious watch around his wrist. Felt he took a deep breath. Then he walked towards me, looking down at me like he was God. I felt my face was covered with a big shadow. He was indeed tall, 185 centimeters at least, I thought, especially while I looked at him from a low chair. His eyes had this power that made me vulnerable. "Go and pack your bags, Miss Shorty. I'm not going to repeat myself." His threatening tone sounded so cold. "No, look, I'm not going anywhere without a good reason. I was stubborn this way. I wasn't his slave." "Didn't you just say you need a job? Now you do," Riley stated coldly. "And what is that?" His answer totally took my breath away. "My wife. We are getting married." "I'm sorry, is this supposed to be a joke?" "Because I'm about to laugh. Don't you have hundreds of beautiful girls waiting to interview? What kind of freaky game are you playing with me?" I yelled, 3 tall, handsome millionaires sitting on the tiny, cheap sofa in my humble apartment, just looking so out of place. A man like Riley Campbell was supposed to be sitting in his grand mansion and having thousands of more beautiful and richer girls lining up to marry him. He didn't belong here. No, it's not a joke, and I'm telling you I'm not playing a game here. You are the chosen one. He just looked at me like that, no smile, no raising eyebrows, nothing, yet with so genuine eyes. I glanced at Leo and his father. They looked so serious too. But why? Just less than 6 hours ago, you told me I have no money, no class, and no proper education, insulted me in every way a person could get insulted. And now you are here to tell me that you want to marry me. I mean, who do you think you are? Because you are rich, so you can always get what you want. Not this time, I'm telling you. I lost it. Rage filled up my lungs. I hated it when I was so small in front of them, not just size, but also my dignity. Yes, I needed the money. Yes, I went for the interview myself. But he couldn't just give me an order like that without a proper apology after the way he humiliated me and laughed at my sister. Well, I didn't see you as a good fit as a wife back then, but now I do. So go get your things. The wedding is on next Saturday. Wow, didn't you just map it all out? But my answer is no. I remained seated still on my chair, no intention of getting up to pack my bags. Excuse me? Riley finally got some facial emotion on his icy face. He frowned, confusion and wrath in his eyes. You came to my interview to become my wife, and now you refused me? What the hell? You'd better take your second thoughts. I licked my lips, paused a little bit. I need an apology. I crossed my arms in front of my chest. A what? Riley's face was full of obvious disdain. An apology. You need to say sorry for those cruel words you said to me at the interview, I said firmly. You must be joking, little dove. Leo piped in with his sarcastic tone. And you too. The way you joked about my sister, I didn't like it, wasn't polite to laugh at someone who's not well. So much for the highly educated people, huh? I retorted Leo back. Riley and Leo both ended up sneering. That smirk on their faces made me feel they were treating me like a freaking hysterical kid. Damn it, for a small person, you absolutely have a huge ego. Leo's voice turned louder. First, I have a name, so don't ever call me Little Dove. Second, I don't have a huge ego. I am merely asking for a proper apology like any other normal person. If your brother want to marry me, show me some respect first. I looked at Leo right in the eye. Let him know that I wasn't afraid of him. You know what? First, you are a little dove. I can lift you up easily with my one hand. Second, you came to the interview. My brother was assessing the good and bad for all candidates. If you don't have the stomach to hear it, you are just egotistic. And third, I said your sister was adorable. If you have any problem with your English hearing or comprehension, not my fault. Leo retorted harshly. Wow, what a fantastic speech. All those excuses. Your interview, right? You call the shots, so it justified every insulting words you said to people? Enough. Riley swooped in. He looked at me straight in the eye. You heard my brother, so why don't you be a good girl and go pack your bags? This place is really affecting my breathing system now. Riley undid his tie and glared at me in his impatient way. I'm not going anywhere without your apology. Riley finally showed some rage in eyes. Well, you are not going to get one. Then my answer stays no. I was taught to be strong and brave, protecting Zoe at all costs. Dignity was the only thing left for poor people like us. I wouldn't let anyone take it away. Some people are just so damn stubborn. You sure you want to marry this girl, Riley? Leo snickered. My eyes were about to breathe out fire hearing that. I admit that you are quite tough, little one. But from what I can see, you are just a liar who claimed loving your sister yet never meant it. You are stupid or selfish or stupid and selfish. Riley undid his tie and glared at me. Mind your tone. You have no right to judge how I love my sister. I was provoked, furious. Oh, so enlighten me. You said you needed money to cure your sister, and now I'm offering it. You turned it down for your stupid ego? Sure, you are selfish. Riley retorted coldly. I wanted to talk back, although he kind of struck my heart, made me kind of feel a little guilty all of a sudden. Zoe's life was what mattered. But the door of Zoe's room got opened. Zoe came out, glanced at the three men, and eyes landed back on me. Davina, is everything all right? Yeah, everything is fine, Zoe. Go back to your room. All right? I comforted her, walking over to her. But I heard you yelling. Were you in pain? Did they hurt you? Zoe questioned and glared at the three men. No. They did not. We were, just talking about something really important. I lied, hoping Zoe couldn't tell from my eyes this time. But what were you guys talking about? You look upset. I love Zoe, but sometimes she could get annoying too. Like right now, her questions annoyed me. We came here to offer your sister a great job with money that can cure your disease. Leo answered immediately. I closed my eyes helplessly upon hearing his words. Why would he just say that? Giving Zoe a hope, a future that wasn't certain to be seen. They didn't care if Zoe got disappointed, but I did. What? Davina, is it true? That they can cure me? Zoe asked with all hopes in her eyes. I wanted to explain, but Riley interrupted again. Of course we can, but your sister refused us. God, this man just never knew when to shut up. I cursed him in my heart, held back my wrath towards him, tried to avoid any bad language in front of Zoe. He was only trying to get Zoe on his side so he could make me marry him. Davina, why would you do that? You don't love me anymore, Zoe asked with tears brimming in eyes. No, Zoe, don't listen to them. I love you with my whole life. I got lost in words. Now how was I supposed to explain myself and let Zoe forgive me? Shit, these damn self-righteous bastards. So you will say yes to them, right? Zoe pleaded with her teary eyes. The light and hope in there ached my heart. Yes, of course I will, I said reluctantly. Zoe, let me get you back to the room so we can talk about this, okay? Right before I closed the door of Zoe's room, I glared at Riley. I need 2 minutes with my sister, and if you dare to knock at the door, then you will be the one to pack and go. I only saw the smirks on Riley and Leo's face. Then they sat back on the sofa, unbuttoned their suits, relaxing, waiting. I held Zoe's hand because, after all, she was the only reason that I was going to say yes to this marriage, the only person that could help me reach a decision. Zoe, the great job those 3 men out there offered me, do you know what that is? I asked. No, I don't. Well, the job is to be that tall man's wife. He agreed to cure you only if I marry him. I wasn't sure if Zoe understood what I was talking about. She was only a kid. So he wouldn't cure me if you don't marry him? Yes. I wasn't able to lie to her yet. But listen to me, Zoe. I will save you, no matter what, okay? Even if it means to marry someone I don't love. I hugged Zoe, only to stop her from the so close to well out tears. No, Davina, I don't want you to marry someone you don't love. Can you marry him after you fall in love with him? And then he will cure me? Seeing the sadness in Zoe's eyes helped me soothe my wrath with Riley and reached a decision. Screw dignity. I would do anything to take that sadness away from her gorgeous eyes. I stroked her hair and said, You will get a nice doctor. You will get the surgery and get better, I promise. I got out of the room, shut the door. Riley and Leo both turned their heads towards me. Are you okay, little peach? Unexpectedly, Riley could actually ask me that question. Probably he saw the bloodshot in my eyes. I can say yes to marry you, but I have one condition, I told him. And what is that? Riley answered with his curious tone, but I was sure I saw some joy in his eyes. In the advertisement, you said I can get $1 million and a mansion for my family at the end of the contract, right? That's right. Well, give me $1 million now, then I'll marry you, I stated. Sorry, little one, that's not going to happen. Riley shook his head firmly. Why not? Because I don't want to end up no wife on my wedding. What are you implying? No, I wouldn't run. You can trust me. No, sorry, little Peach. I'm afraid this is non-negotiable. You're going to have to wait for your 2-year contract to finish, Riley said. Then give me the mansion right now. Same thing. I wouldn't know if you'd sell it, get the money, and disappear, so no. Then no deal. How am I supposed to know I will get those things after 2 years? You can be in denial after you get the baby, too. Stop it. A thick voice suddenly sounded from Riley's father. He had been quiet since he entered my apartment. Now he stood up, walked over to stand beside Riley. The look on his face could only bring me pure fear. You listen to me very carefully, young lady. My son has been very patient with you this whole time. If you keep defying him or insulting him like that, I will see to it that you suffer, smash you until you get even smaller than you already are. You know I can make that happen, Mr. Campbell threatened. Dad, easy. You don't have to scare her like that. Look at her little face. Riley unexpectedly defended me. Son, this girl is going to be your wife. She needs to know her position. Disrespect for you is the #1 biggest sin. She needs to know what that'll cost her, Campbell said. Now I finally felt real fear in heart. I could sense it. Marrying Riley would be a life tagged as husband-dominate world, which was so old school and inhuman. Listening to his father's intimidating tone and threatening words, I could only feel darkness in this marriage to come. But somehow Riley sensed my curled-up body out of fear. He spoke up. How about we both make a compromise? I'll put your name on the house. You can have your sister move in there now. In that case, you wouldn't run, and your sister gets a better place. And I can cover the medical fees for your sister in the meantime, but it will be paid by installments, so we both get what we wanted. That was probably the most sweet words Riley Campbell ever said to me since I met this arrogant guy. Okay, deal. I finally let out of a relived sigh. Good that Zoe get to live in somewhere nice. Bet they must have a piano in that mansion. She should be excited. At least one of us could be happy. Finally, girl? Well, you better call your boss now and tell him you wouldn't show up for your shift tonight while we go and get the contract, Leo said. 3 of them took off like a strong wind. The apartment suddenly became so quiet, as if everything was just like a dream. Around 30 minutes later, Riley and his brother came back with a briefcase in hand. Gee, was this supposed to be 1,000,000 documents for me to sign? This is the contract. Read it carefully and sign it. Riley gave me the file as he sat down next to me, letting me go through the content page by page. God, how many pages were there? This was technically my life contract as well. I read it quite slowly. There must be maybe not even 2 pages about husband's obligations. However, wife, maybe 5 pages. I jumped to look mine. It stated that I had to agree to any sexual activities deemed fit by the husband before the pregnancy. And I wasn't allowed to be in contact or any sexual relationship with any other man within the contract. I had to eat regularly to maintain my health and well-being from a prescribed list of foods assigned by Mr. Riley Campbell. Which era did this family come from? Rich people all love to play this yes sir wedding game. And at the end of contract, it had something even crazier. I had to protect the baby at all times. If by any chance the baby was miscarried due to the wife's personal carelessness, the contract will be terminated immediately and no compensations will be provided. You didn't give me the house treaty yet, I told Riley. Figured you're going to ask that. We just made the deal now. My lawyer will get it done tomorrow, but now just sign here. Riley responded, suggesting me to sign quickly. How do I know you are not lying? I questioned. Because I am not. Plus, Leo will stay here tonight until you have the new contract tomorrow. But now, I need your signature knowing that you are not having second thoughts, Riley answered. Okay, I need a pen. I took a deep breath. Riley then gave me a luxurious pen from Mont Blanc. The fine print was on the cap, gold and black, silky hand touch like icy jade. All I could think about was Zoe's happy smile once I signed this. So without blinking, I signed my life away. Signed myself away, my virginity, my everything to him. Big house, millionaire handsome husband, a dream of every girl, however not my dream. I only wanted Zoe, thinking of the day I could get my healthy and happy sister back. Only then would I know if it's all worth it, and that I made the right decision. Honestly, I don't know why your brother left you here. I asked Leo as I saw his head keep getting hit on the ceiling in my bedroom. Easy, to keep an eye on you so you wouldn't run. Leo sat down. So he doesn't have any sister or any female assistant to do this job? I stated my curiosity in a polite way. Nope, no sister, and he doesn't like female assistant. Wait, what are you implying, Shortcake? I suddenly felt Leo was kind of funny cute. Well, we never had a male visitor sleeping here, and I crossed my hands and leaned against the door of my room. That made Leo laugh. Ha ha ha! You know, little mushroom, you are even funnier than I thought. Frankly, I enjoy more when you fight with me, when you are quiet. Not so much. How's the soundproof in here? Hope you don't snore and sleep, yeah? Honestly, I kinda got amused by him. I don't know, I never recorded my own sleep. Haha, fantastic. You know what? Maybe I should sleep on the couch in case somebody snores at night. Confirmed that Leo was a decent man, I realized I should be polite. He was a guest after all. He couldn't be sleeping on the couch. Mum taught me better than that. There were only 2 bedrooms in my apartment. Oh, no. Not on the couch. You can sleep in my room. I'll sleep with my sister Zoe. All right, but isn't it crowded for the 2 of you on one bed? No, I'll be fine. But it must be crowded for you, on my bed. Sorry it's not that comfy like your grand bed at home. Are you kidding me? I like this bed. Made me feel I'm slim. It's good. I'm glad. Good night then. Good night. Well, one problem with Zoe's room was that there was no AC because she could only sleep with some breeze coming in through the window. The AC was either too cold or too stuffy for her. She was born to be afraid of cold air. Winter was her nightmare. So the temperature in September was kind of comfortable for her. But I'd feel hot in there. Around 9 p.m., I went to warm some milk for Zoe to take the pills before sleep. So is it true that I can move into a big, beautiful house soon? Zoe took the pills like a good girl for the first time. Now I know why you've been a good girl today. Of course, because I know it'll be my last time to take these pills, right? Will I be able to have those beautiful hair grow back like other girls? Looking at the desire and hope and light in her innocent green eyes, my heart ached. The chemo had cost her much of hair. I knew how much she loved her strawberry blonde and wished to go to school like any other normal kids. I'm afraid you are going to have to wait on that, Zoe. I wasn't able to get the money for you yet. But they have a piano in that big house, right? Her exciting eyes made me feel I did something magnificent for signing that contract. Yes, they have a piano. Now time for bed. I wasn't sure if they have a piano inside, actually, but feeling good to see her smile like that, I learned to lie as well. I dropped the milk glass back to kitchen, grabbed the small electrical fan to Zoe's room, thinking I could fall asleep peacefully sleeping next to her. But not exactly. I missed my own bed where Leo was sleeping in right now. I kept changing my position, kept turning sides to see if I could fall asleep. Zoe's bed was not that small, enough for one person, but for 2 of us. Well, not that big. I had to be careful clinging to the bed edge and not to fall to the ground during the night. And what bothered me was the sound of the fan. It made me unable to get ease. I could feel the fan only blowing on my face. My back and neck was starting to sweat, so was my hair. While I could feel Zoe's peacefully breathing next to me, she was in sweet dreams hearing she could have a piano already. I wished to have that kind of beautiful future waiting for me in this wedding too. In the end, I decided to get up and tiptoed to the living room, silently closed Zoe's door. Let's see my luck with the couch, see if I could fall asleep there. This time, finally, I did manage to close my eyes peacefully and fall into dreams. Not exactly a night for a bride before marrying the billionaire prince. But I knew the reason I couldn't fall asleep, of course, not just because of the heat. It was the intensity in head thinking of those statements in the contract I signed today. Any sexual activities Riley sees fit. Just hard to sleep tight on a phrase like that. Good morning, little peach, Leo greeted. I could hear him yawning with big mouth open. Didn't know if he slept well last night. Do me a favor and stop calling me that, all right? I asked, walking to the kitchen to grab breakfasts I made for Zoe and Leo. Why? How cute is little Peach? I like calling you that, he answered, drinking the water calmly. Yes, and I also have another name, which is Davina Evans. Can you use that name instead? Didn't know if he'd know this was me getting irritated. He kept enjoying his breakfast without looking at me. Nope, Little Peach is cuter. You'll get used to it. No, I will not. Plus, it sounds like little bitch. He almost laughed the water out of his mouth, but he managed to be elegant. Your crazy imagination is just fantastic. Don't make me eat disgracefully at a dining table. What'd you make for breakfast? Leo asked with his eyes locked on his cell and messaging. Croissant, French toast, milk, sausage, and some tomatoes. Sorry, it's not up to your standards. If you'd like, I can make something else for you. Despite my crazy prejudices and grudges I held towards these rich boys, he was a guest. He did stay here for one night, regardless the compact apartment we were living in. At least I should provide him some decent breakfast. Oh no, I'm fine with anything. Do you always get up this early to make breakfast every morning? He answered. Yeah. Today you are a guest, so I prepared some coffee and sausages. Usually Zoe wasn't a big fan of meat. She preferred fruits and veggies. I tend to ask her what she'd like to eat the day before. You are really a good sister. She's lucky to have you. She's all that I got. Taking care of her is my responsibility, and I love doing that, I said. But who's going to take care of you? Leo asked. I was surprised, truth to be told, that he'd asked that. I take care of myself. Been doing it for years now, I answered. But you sounded upset last night. I heard you moving around on bed and roaming around in the house. What? You heard that? Guess the soundproof is bad after all. Sorry that I disturbed your sleep last night. No, I'm a light sleeper. Thought you were nervous about marrying my brother. Well, that too. I wish I could share my concern to him that I was nervous about having to have sex with Riley, and I never dated a guy, but unfortunately not. Speaking of the devil, the doorbell rang. Good morning, Davina. Riley's sexy tall body just showed up at my door, looking at his charming eyes under the thick eyebrows. I held my breath to stop the butterfly flying around in my heart. His dashing fresh hair, dark blue shirt today, shining Italian shoes. Wow, he looked so handsome. Holding a yellow file in hand, was that the new contract for me? Morning, come on in. I watched Riley enter, and I only reached his shoulder's height. No, not even shoulder. He had this nice aura on him. I told my heart not to beat so fast. The moment he sat down, I went to the kitchen to see if I could make something else for him. Did you have your breakfast? I asked Riley, heading to the kitchen. No, but I need you to sign the new contract first. He just gripped my arm and pushed me to sit down on the chair, pushed the file to me. My breakfast plate got pushed aside. I'll sign after the breakfast. No, sign it now, he ordered coldly. What are you, 5 years old, kid? No, geez. It's not like I'm going to run away. I opened the file as he handed over a pen to me immediately. I quickly went through it. The moment I saw the new terms about the mansion added in it, I just signed it. Okay, done. Riley took it over and carefully put the file away. Okay, can we have our breakfast now? I'll see if I need to make something else. I was about to stand up, and he gripped my arm again, forced me to stay. No need. I don't eat much. You need to. You are too skinny. Then Riley took the plate in front of Leo and put it in front of me, plus the plate that I prepared for myself. 2 full plates of foods. I am not skinny. Yes, you are. Leo interrupted. God, this man just never would side with me. But what are you going to eat? Riley was a guest, so as Leo, it was so wrong to eat theirs. Remember what the contract says? Just do as you are told, and I told you to eat. Riley ordered. Fine, but how am I going to finish 2 plates? You really have millions of questions, little one. Just eat. Riley ordered. I picked up the knife and fork to cut the sausage, grabbed the French toast, and put the strawberry jam on it. As I took the milk to drink, I saw both Riley and Leo just sitting there, watching me eat. Super weird. Ooh. And kind of making me shy. 2 big, handsome guys, those sexy eyes, staring at me. Error. I felt my face blushed. Hold on, little peach. Save some for us. Don't eat all of it. Riley amused me with his small smile. I almost choked out the food in my mouth, hearing that. I went to the kitchen to wash the dishes as Riley and Leo unexpectedly just sat on the couch peacefully with Zoe, watching the TV, and even talking to her, nicely. I walked out of the kitchen and Riley immediately turned his head to me. Do you have 2 minutes, Davina? For the first time, he called my name. Yeah, is everything okay? Then he held my hands, walked to my room, closed the door. I felt my body just got some electricity charging in. His hands were so big and warm. What's your size for a dress? Excuse me? Your bra, waist, and hips. I need those numbers. He just said those words so calmly, like somebody asking for what you want to eat tonight. Unbelievable. I'm sorry. What? What is this about? I felt my blood was boiling to the end of my ears, not just cheeks now. The wedding, don't you need a dress for it? Oh, that. I was so relieved. Why was I nervous? I have a white dress actually. I was thinking to wear that one because I can't afford a nice new one. Hey, don't insult me, okay? You will be my wife, meaning you can afford it. The wedding needs to be nice, period. Okay, maybe we could go to a store where I can try it on. What do you say? No, it should be customized. What if those sizes don't fit you? You are size. Let me see. -0, I think. I'm size 2, actually. Good to know, but we are still not buying it from the store. My God, I'd be so worth it to just walk into a wedding gown store and just to see and touch those beautiful dresses, let alone having a highly customized one. And marrying Riley Campbell, to me, was like something only would happen in those fairy tales. Now really happening to me. I kind of got dizzy already. All right, and for Zoe, she needs to be in my wedding. Hers from the store, yes, Riley said. Okay, we can go tomorrow. I'll have the tailor to get your size first. See you tomorrow, little one. He kissed my forehead. What just happened? And he just took off? Yeah, he was going to be my husband soon. I should learn to adapt that. He had the right to touch me now. 1 week was just so fast preparing for the wedding. My wedding gown got ready and bought a beautiful dress for Zoe, too. Seeing her so excited looking at her necklace and earrings and new shoes, I suddenly had a sad feeling that she was the one that's leaving me, getting apart from me. I never got to ask Riley where the wedding would be held. I didn't care much anyway, as long as he held on to the deal, and I got the money for Zoe. But I remember Riley mentioned the wedding would be held in a low profile, which was why my dress needed to be customized by his designated designer, and the wedding guests would only be his brothers and father and my sister, very private. However, he did say that he'd give me a grand wedding if I want, but I honestly didn't care that much. Grand wedding could take weeks to prepare, for God's sake. And Zoe couldn't wait to move into that mansion. Ding dong. I heard the car pulling over. I heard the doorbell. I took a deep breath on my super high heels. Now the day was here. The day I was going to be Riley Campbell's wife. The day my life and Zoe's life were going to be changed. The day where I was going to start a new journey, which I didn't know full of light or darkness. Zoe opened the door. A handsome man walked in. Are you ready, Mrs. Campbell? Yes, I am. It was Riley's youngest brother, Nathaniel, who came to pick me up to the wedding. He was nothing like Riley or Leo. He got Riley's handsome face, but not his harsh tongue, and didn't like to talk much as Leo. It was a quiet ride. The car stopped. I saw a small church shining under the sun through the window. I was about to get off. A hand with nice skin on a white cufflink showed up in front of me. I locked my eyes with Nathaniel's, who was a gentleman, leaning with his hand outstretched. Pretending to be an elegant lady, pretending today was my biggest day to marry the love of my life, I squeezed a polite smile and held on to his hand. I got out of the car. I couldn't help but fall into a trance, standing in front of the church. Is this really happening now? Am I really going to marry him now? Come on, my brother is waiting. We don't want to be late, Nathaniel told me. Hang on, where's my sister? She was the only one I could think of now. She's already inside. Walking on these uncomfortable high heels, I gathered the lace bottom of my gown, didn't want to trip and fall on the stairs. Nathaniel unexpectedly helped with holding the end of the gown so I could walk a little easier. I reached the threshold. I opened the door. Zoe's beautiful face jumped on me. Looking at her so gorgeous and shiny in her dress, my eyes wet with tears. Suddenly understood those scenes of teary brides in movies on the wedding day. Not because of how much she loved the husband, but because she loved her family. Looking at the happy smile on Zoe, I only had one wish, was please, God, let her grow up happily and healthily until she could marry a husband she loved. Do not let her end up like me, marrying some random millionaire that I didn't love. Zoe hugged me. wiped off my tears. Davina, I don't want to see you ruin your nice mascara. Come on, smile. I burst out laughing when I saw her widened her eyes and showed her full teeth on my face. I held her arm to walk down the aisle. No flowers in my hands, no cute little kids walking ahead of me in small tuxedos, no romantic music sounded in the church, no flower girls scattering flowers in the sky and falling onto my hair, no expecting eyes from guests, because there was no guest. I only had Zoe walking with me towards Riley. There was Riley, right at the end of the aisle, beyond sexy in his tuxedo. Even Leo standing next to him looked dashing with his nice hair today, his father and Nathaniel standing next to the priest. I thought I was going to feel nothing, but seeing those eyes from three sexy, hot, tall men all focused on me, waiting for me to finish my slow steps, I kind of got a little nervous. Soon I came in front of Riley. I met with his eyes. Zoe kissed me on my cheek and gave my hand to Riley. Then the rest of them sat down on the chair. The priest stood right in the middle of Riley and me. "Shall we begin?" the priest asked Riley. Riley nodded. I secretly took a deep breath. I kind of a little avoiding Riley's eyes while I was listening to the priest. Speaking of the true nature of marriage, of sacred love and faith and all, I lowered my head. My subconscious kept telling me, no, we are not that. No, he doesn't love me. I don't love him. Can we just get this over with? Would you like the standard vow or your own? The priest asked Riley. The standard vow, please, Riley answered, as if he was ordering some meal. However, he sounded firm, though. But I felt my feet getting a little wanting to run away for 1 second of my mind. The man standing in front of me was super hot, but just a cold stranger to me. Marrying to someone I don't love was just wrong. But I glanced at Zoe. Her presence reminded me of why I was here. I signed that contract, technically, to me. I was already Riley's wife. I had to hold up to the contract. This wedding thing was just a ritual, nothing real in it. I was waiting for my cue to say those 3 words, yes, I do. Okay, both of us finished saying the cold formality, I do. Now came to exchanging the rings, with the priest's announcement of our marriage and permission to kiss the bride. Riley's lips just came to mine like a cold mint flavor ice cream touched my lips lightly. I thought I wouldn't blush or close my eyes, but I did both. I closed my eyes in that 1 second when he kissed me. I blushed. For a short moment, I felt my heartbeat got a tiny acceleration. I smelt his nice aura of male hormone close to my breath. It was my first kiss. But I managed to handle myself and not to show any difference on my face. The shyness faded away when his lips left mine. Whoa! Yeah! I heard Leo's exciting cheering and applause after we kissed. The rest of them were clapping their hands normally. Riley held my hand and led me out of the church, after the congratulations and hugging part was finished. But he apparently wasn't aware that his long legs were hard for me to catch up with, especially while I was in a long gown and 10-centimeter high heels. And he had no intention to help me carry my puffy long gown. What a gentleman. But the surprising part was, he also had no intention to let go of my hand, trying to drag me away, or? Weird husband. A black, shiny Rolls Royce, parked right outside the church. A nice uniformed chauffeur got off the car, came into my sight. Taking off his cap, he bowed to Riley with his one hand putting on his back. "Sir?" Then he opened the back door. "After you, Mrs. Campbell," Riley said to me. Gathered my long gown, I slid inside the luxurious car I never thought I would be setting foot in. Riley followed right after me, unbuttoned his tuxedo, sitting next to me. Right before Riley closed the door, a fear flashed my head. Wait, where is Zoe? I thought she ran around and got lost again. She couldn't be left alone. I was so worried. Bang! Riley slammed the door and turned his face to me. "You do know that I'm officially your husband now, right?" "Yes, I do. But my sister." "Stop. I'm your top and first priority starting from this second. You got me? Not your sister or anyone else. If you can't remember that in your small head, get a tattoo on your arm to help you." Riley responded harshly. "Okay, I got that. I just want to know where she is." I tried not to provoke him the first minute after I married him, didn't want him to change his mind. But worrying about Zoe had been part of my life, and I only met Riley 7 days ago. He was such a control freak. "She's with my dad and brothers in another car? Satisfied now?" He answered hurriedly in an impatient way. Thank you, I said softly. And he probably sensed that he talked just a little bit loud earlier, added one more sentence with his little softer tone. I was just trying to say that your life is not always about Zoe anymore, Davina. I hope you understand what I mean. I looked at his serious face, a little intimidating eyes. I nodded my head silently. I touched the wedding ring on my finger, still not very used to it. I looked out of the window, feeling the breeze kissing my cheeks, watching as the sunshine shining through the green trees and reflected in my eyes. I closed my eyes. Yes, I'm ready for a new life, a married life. Riley's implication, I got it. His concern, I got it too. He wanted me to look at him before I looked at my sister from now on, to put him on top of anyone and anything else, which was the same difficulty as changing my DNA, because loving Zoe had been in my blood and soul. Perhaps with time, and I would start to learn to put him as my first priority. But I was in deep doubt how I was supposed to make that happen in just 2-year marriage. But I would try, yes. I believed in God, and I made a vow in front of God to be there for him through thick and thin, to be a good wife for him. I didn't have the luxury hope that I would fall in love with him or even for him to love me, but I owe him. I would cherish the 1-year marriage with him and do my best to take care of him. The car stopped. I widened my eyes and saw a beautiful, grand, medieval-styled castle in front of me. Are we going to do some sightseeing first? I asked. Thought Riley was taking me to a beautiful castle for some more rituals or traditions in his family. No, this is our home, he answered, getting out of the car. Wah? Wait, what? You live here? I gasped, amazed by this giant masterpiece before me. No, we live here, he said it calmly. But I was like, holy, to live here? In this huge castle? I looked again at this, my new home, 5 stories at least. I felt myself in a fairy tale now. This castle looked a little bit like the Hogwarts school for Harry Potter, but more romantic. God, never thought the story about Cinderella could become true, and on me. 2 years only, but so worth it. Riley gentlemanly gave his hand out to me, held my hand towards our new home. I felt I was a princess already with a prince like him holding my hand. I could feel my heart was pounding so fast, and my whole body was charged with energy and passion. Can Zoe come and live with us for a while? I asked. Really wished to show Zoe this beautiful castle. Sure, but not now. She's in the mansion with Leo now. Maybe she can come here after a month, Riley answered, making me pause my steps. Why? 1 month? What do you mean? You know, if you want a baby, you need to have sex? Geez, this man honestly didn't know what I was asking about. Forget it. He was talking about biology, for God's sake. Of course, I knew how the baby was made. I was afraid about every day. Yeah, I know, But why would you be worried about Zoe hear us? As a huge castle, and I don't scream. I couldn't believe I said that I wouldn't scream, because I honestly didn't know either. Oh, trust me, you will, probably very loud. Considering you like shouting in general already, plus you are a virgin. He answered as if he already knew and so experienced. So you believed women who are not virgins are not clean? I asked with curiosity. Not that. I asked for virgins because it's easier for them to get pregnant. Excuse me? Of course that's not true. Women who are not virgins have the same chances of getting pregnant. I admired his weird logic, and the way he stated it was like some faith he lived with. Maybe, but I believe what I believe. I have seen so many women who were not virgins and got pregnant easily and had beautiful babies. How about we agree to disagree? You are a virgin. You will give me a child, period. He just closed our conversation like I was a kid trying to argue. Then we came to the gate, finally reached. The gate was carved delicately in ivory, ancient art, a metal knocker attached to it with a shape of wolf head. I thought he was going to have a key or something, or just push it open, but instead he took hold of the knocker, slammed it against the door a couple of times, and the door opened. Was this some sort of secret code? Was I watching a Tom Cruise movie where Riley played as a secret spy? I stood at the gate, didn't have time to look around and worship the grandeur inside the castle, looking like an idiot. While Riley strolled inside like a big boss with his hands in his pockets, finally realized I wasn't by his side, he turned his head over me with his questioning eyes. You want to stand there forever? You are not going to carry me inside? I asked. He kept talking about me having to see him as first priority, Yet he entered the house like I didn't even exist. Selfish. Yeah, you are right, it is tradition, Riley said, walking to me, carried me up like I was a 12-year-old girl. Now I felt like a princess in his arms. Tradition? Don't you think any husband should do that? I replied. Yep, we need to finish our wedding ceremony. Next morning, I woke up, alone in the bed. For the first time, fully awakened, I had a nice sleep. I took a shower, wandered around the big bedroom, thinking maybe Riley could be in the other bathroom, but the door was open. Hello, Riley? I knew it was stupid of me to expect Riley could be a husband who loved his wife and hugged her until she woke up in his arms every morning, or prepared fine breakfast with a morning sunshine kiss. But waking up alone in such a huge castle after one night of sex and couldn't find husband was a little creepy and frightening. I strolled out of the bedroom and came to some other rooms to find Riley. 1 down, 2 down, 5 down. God, this castle was so huge. How many rooms were there exactly? Where the hell did he go? Riley? No answer. The echo in this huge castle made me shiver, as if I was in a ghost house. Creepy. Then I called him on his cell. No answer either. I walked downstairs and kept looking for him. I had to find him. I needed to check up on Zoe. She never was left alone with anyone but me. Now she was with Leo, who I didn't even know if he was aware of how to take care of people. But after searching for 8 empty bedrooms with no sign of my husband, I gave up. I came out of the last room and wanted to go back to my bedroom, but hang on, where was I? Which direction was my bedroom? Did I really already go that far? I realized I already left the main building and standing in a big yard now, with a beautiful small garden in front of me. Maybe this was the backyard of the castle. These flowers, wow, so beautiful. I was attracted, pushed the delicate golden door open and walked inside, found a trail of footprints on the ground. I followed my curiosity and the footprints to see where it led me to. Maybe to Riley? There was another house here? Was this a small warehouse area maybe? I saw the lock was left unlocked. Could it be Riley in there? I pushed it open slowly and carefully. Hello? Empty. No one. It took me a moment to digest the picture in front of me. It was a bedroom, but a huge bedroom, I should say. The room was full of white, crystal chandeliers sparkling with shiny light, velvet curtains, and carpet that I could only connect the image of the Snow White walking on her barefoot on, grand windows with lily prints on them. And the bed, full set of white linen in a royal caliber, no dust at all. Someone slept here? But what caught my eye was that big portrait hanging on the wall. No one could take their eyes from that kind of beautiful face. The woman in the portrait was in an elegant blue long gown, standing there, right in front of the same castle as I was in right now. So did she live here too? One hand on her waist. God, she definitely looked like one of those models I saw in the fashion magazines. And her eyes, deep ocean blue, same like Riley's eyes. Her rosy cheeks and curly blonde hair, the innate elegance and aristocratic aura was written on her mysterious face. Who was she? Sure, she looked a little bit like Riley, actually, a little bit like Nathaniel too. Was she their mother, grandmother, or sister? Whoever she was, definitely someone with a breathtaking charm who used to live here. This portrait brought me so many questions. I walked out of this mysterious room and wanted to find my way back to my own bedroom. This place was just getting creepier. Right as I fastened my pace and came out of the garden, a soft voice came before me. "My lady, are you okay?" She was in a standard maid uniform with a clean ponytail up high, some freckles on her pale face, her eyes were brown, and her eyelashes were yellow. "I'm all right. Have you seen Riley?" I asked her, standing on my feet straight and kept my chin held up high, not wanting her to know that I was lost. "Mr. Campbell is busy right now," the maid answered. "Okay, where is he? I'd like to see him." "If you have a message for him, feel free to tell me. I can deliver it for you, my lady," she replied with her professional fake smile, which let me feel no friendliness. "Well, I'd rather tell him myself. Now take me to him." Before the maid got to retort me back, another maid came from behind her, a woman with the same maid uniform who looked someone like her supervisor. She was like mid-40s, and telling from her frowned face she was not a friendly type either. "What happened in here? What are you doing here, my lady?" The woman questioned me with a title of "my lady." yet no respect from her tone. She talked like she owned this place, and I was someone who intruded her territory by mistake. "I'm looking for my husband. Take me to him," I ordered the older maid. "Anna, why didn't you take Mrs. Campbell to the piano room?" the older one asked the younger one. "I'm just doing what I was told. He said no one to disturb him while he's playing the piano," Anna retorted back to the older maid. "That's right, but she is certainly not wandering around here either. You know this part is a forbidden area. Master never gave us instructions that his wife is allowed here." The older maid whispered with her sharp tone. "Excuse me. These were really two maids? They just had their conversation right in front of me and implicating she to point at me? I was short, yes, but not that short. Seeing me as transparent was just rude. And what exactly did she mean by forbidden area? Why would there be a forbidden area in this huge castle when Riley lived alone here? Didn't make any sense to me. Did it have anything to do with the woman in the portrait? Gosh, don't tell me this place was haunted by ghosts. Creepy. "My bad, Mrs. Campbell. I'll take you to Mr. Campbell right now. Please, this way," Anna said to me with a faint smile after some whispers with the older maid. So I followed her, but the older maid stopped me before I headed forward. "My lady, please forgive me, but I have to tell you this. You may not know the rules here, but please try not to come to this area again moving forward. It's strictly forbidden to everyone in the castle except Mr. Campbell himself," she told me. "But why is it forbidden? Riley is living alone here," I asked. "I'm sorry, my lady, but I'm afraid I'm not in the right position to answer your question." She looked at me as if I did something super wrong and she wanted me gone. But her words got me even more curious. "Okay, I'll ask Riley myself." "Okay, any other parts that I cannot go to?" I asked with irritation in my words. This was obviously forbidden from me. Some stupid rules against me. "Yes, any parts behind the garden are strictly forbidden," she answered, as if she didn't notice my offended face and the bitterness in my tone. Honestly, I had no good impression of this woman. Without another word, I followed Anna to let her take me out of the forbidden zone, and only with her lead, I finally got to admire this grand castle in a proper way. It was like walking in a top-class art gallery with world-famous works of art and collections exhibited along the hallway. Luxurious, and I didn't even dare to touch those antiques, afraid I would ruin one china vase, and I needed to pay for the compensation. The castle may look like medieval age, but what's inside was definitely from the modern age, and quite advanced, actually. She took me to a hidden corridor on the 5th floor, then took a right turn and walked all the way to the end of the hallway. No wonder I couldn't find Riley. Then Anna put her palm print on an intelligent screen. Verified. I saw the words showing up on the screen, and the door got opened. Then another red wooden door in there. Jesus, was this supposed to be a maze? But I heard the sound of the piano, actually kind of beautiful. Riley was playing inside? Anna knocked at the wooden door with a certain rhythm once. "Twice, sir." "Yes?" That familiar voice? Okay, it was Riley's. "Your wife requests to see you." "Okay, you may leave now," he replied. I saw Anna turn around and leave. Funny when she said I request to see Riley. The maid in this house is just carrying some condescending attitude, which I didn't like at all. I stood by the door, wondering if Riley would come and open the door, and the door just got opened by itself immediately. And there was Riley, sitting in front of his piano. I entered the room, and the door got closed immediately. Riley still sitting straight behind the piano, which made me believe Riley was controlling the door remotely from his remote control. I stood there, admiring the elegance of this room. Shiny piano, full size of floor-to-ceiling French window, while Riley on his gray tee, sitting on a black chair in front of the piano, with morning coffee in his hand. And behind him was lilies in 2 big, tall white vases, and a couch, a round table in front of it with his MacBook on it. White and gray, something looking so familiar, I felt I entered the interview room again on the first day I met him, this super clean, neat, elegant room. Maybe this was his style. "So, little Peach, I hope you slept well?" Riley looked at me with his legs crossed in a relaxing posture. "You were not in bed. I came to look for you." I said that and regretted right away. I didn't want him to think I was a new wed wife who craved for her husband's full attention. This is the place where I usually spend my morning. What can I do for you? He sipped one more time from his coffee and answered, You should have woken me up. No, I knew you would be exhausted after the wedding and the sex. You needed some good rest, he replied, and walked to the couch and started to look through the emails on his laptop. I was wandering around the castle and couldn't find you. I was lost. You found me now. Tell me what you need, Riley asked. My sister to come and live with me, perhaps? Your castle was super creepy. Who wanted to live with you? My subconscious told me. I need to see Leo, I told him. You need to see Leo. Okay, so you spent your entire morning searching for me and tell me you want to see my brother? He moved his eyes from his laptop and glanced at me. Yes, I answered. Why? He frowned a bit. Because I want to talk to him. I didn't want to tell him the real reason was because I needed to teach him how to take care of Zoe. About? But he was not the type who would take vague answer as an answer. About something urgent. Which is, geez, this man never would give up. Something really urgent. I repeated myself. All right, little one, I understand you were not really well educated, or maybe this is the way you always talk to people, but not here, not with me, okay? Riley suddenly became serious looking at me. I was irritated immediately hearing his words, again with his sarcasm and threat as if he was a superior being. 2 minutes, and this was already his tone. Some people just never change. Just take me to him, I shouted with anger. No, he just refused me straight away and went back to his laptop. Then how can you say yes? Never, unless you tell me why you need to see him. And I explained many times that it's urgent. I was about to lose my patience. No, you didn't tell me exactly what it is that's urgent? Man, why couldn't he just shut up? Why? Do you even care? I just straightened out. Don't you think you could have seen Leo already if you used the 10 minutes to tell me the real reason instead of arguing with me? He said coldly. I won't tell you. Interesting. Then you wouldn't be able to know about your sister anymore. I was astounded. This guy read my mind? How did you know? Yes, I wanted to know how's Zoe doing and tell him how to take care of her. See, it wasn't so hard, was it? I saw the smirk on him. So can you take me to see him now? I lost my patience and sounded annoyed already. Say please, Riley ordered. Please. I laughed at myself for letting myself be reduced to this. Couldn't believe I was literally begging him and lost my spine. For money. Yes, he bought me to be his wife. For Zoe. What could I say? Come here. Riley gestured me with his eye to get over to him. I saw him show me his phone, with Leo's name on the call. Go on. Don't you want to speak to him? Riley handed his cell to me. I was touched for 1 second, and for a moment I couldn't believe he would just dial Leo's number for me in between our conversation. And he unexpectedly even went to the other end of the room and went on with his work there, giving me some privacy. I sat down on the couch, holding the phone excitedly, waiting for it to get through. Hello? Leo's voice came in. Hi, Leo. It's me, Davina. I said, Oh, hi, little peach. How are you? He asked. I'm doing well, hey? Is Zoe with you? Yeah, she's in the bathroom now. We are going to have breakfast soon, Leo answered. Great. Make sure you don't give her anything with fats. Just give her vegetables, fruits, scrambled eggs are the maximum limit. Oh, and don't let her eat anything spicy. And please don't forget that she needs to take medicine at 9 o'clock. They are in the blue bag I put in his suitcase along with the prescription in there. I told him. Cool. Anything else? Little peach? Does she need a Hello Kitty doll to sleep with? Does she like strawberry flavor of yogurt or blueberry? Does she need me to play the game of Snow White and her 7 dwarfs with her? No, I answered angrily. Didn't want to tolerate Leo's annoying voice. He was getting annoying again. Just do as I just told you and send my love to Zoe. And I hung up. I took a deep breath. I closed my eyes. I felt my pore opened. I was short-tempered. I really was. I was super worried about Zoe. And Leo answered me with his indifferent, sarcastic tongue. This family just never knew what manners were and could always piss me off within 5 minutes of talking. Finished? Riley came over and asked. I stood up. Yeah, thanks. I'll leave now. Let you go back to your work and your morning stuff. I was about to leave, grabbed the handle of the door, and one question popped up in my mind. Riley? Yes. He wasn't intended to look at me. His eyes were only focused on his laptop. Where is our bedroom? The other end on fourth floor, bypass the chandelier. Okay, are all the room doors got open and closed by remote control? Nope, there are others. Then I have one more question. Go ahead. Riley sometimes could be so patient and nice. Why are the areas forbidden behind the garden? I finally asked it out. And there I did, finally got his attention. He paused his finger typing on the laptop and headed up to look at me, actually staring at me, and stood up, slowly walked towards me, stood right in front of me, which already made me feel a little intimidated. Who told you that? He asked me, knotted brows, and I could see anger crossing his face. Your maids, I answered, suddenly felt I hit his nerve. Why? What did they tell you? His voice got raised, made me shiver a little bit already. I got up from bed and didn't see you. I searched so many empty rooms, and then I came to the backyard and saw a garden, and then a beautiful room behind it. I thought you were in there. I got lost, and your maid Anna and the other older one told me that I entered the forbidden area. I answered honestly. I could feel my voice was shaking as my heart was pumping inside my throat. Riley took a deep breath, hearing my words, clutched his head as if he was to grab his hair off, and turned his back on me. I heard his sigh, with deep frustration and even a little fury. He put his hands on the table as if he wanted to grab something and smash them on the floor, but then he looked at me again, came to grip my arm, pressed his hands on my shoulders. Don't ever, never to go there again. I'm serious, okay? And if I find out you show a even slightest intention of doing that again, there will be consequences, the ones you wouldn't like. You got me? I nodded silently, didn't dare to even breathe a little heavier, didn't dare to move my lips a bit. I didn't know why this got Riley reacting like this crazy. His eyes, his cold tone, got me scared like hell. But I got to know that whatever was in that forbidden place, there had to be some secret in there, and Riley cared about it a lot. Seeing my terrified look, Riley finally let out of a sigh, ran his fingers through his hair as if he solved a big problem. Then he ordered again, and don't ever bring it up again, you hear me? Okay. I nodded again with my so soft voice. Cool, now let's go for breakfast. You must be starving. Then he just took my hand and walked out of the room, like a loving husband now. I got shocked, or super shocked. No other word to describe how I felt. What on earth did that portrait get into him? That made him care so much? I didn't know what the secrets were, but I definitely would find out the truth. Before my contract was finished. Same charming blue eyes, same curly blonde hair, so graceful, so beautiful. Who was she? I lied down on my bed, staring at the ceiling, playing with my hair. The image of that beautiful, delicate woman in the portrait I saw in the forbidden area kept flashing back to my mind. Why was that area forbidden? Was she alive or not? Someone who used to live here. Maybe she was related to the Campbell family. But why did Riley care about her so much? I couldn't sleep. Decided that I had to go behind his back to find out the truth about the mysterious woman. I couldn't tell if it was morning or night already. I seemed to have fallen asleep alone because I remembered Riley was working until late in the study. In my deep, conscious, and dizzy mind, I noted it was already dawn as I felt the tentative visiting sunlight, but I just didn't want to lift my heavy eyelid. I didn't expect anyone would interrupt me or say good morning to me until a warm, hard thing smoothly thrust into my unguarded base center of my thighs and said good morning from my inside. I managed to open my heavy eyes. Riley, getting up from the bed with his naked butt facing me and walking towards the bathroom. I looked at the clock. 6 a.m., really? Is it possible you could ask me before you have sex with me next time? I asked Riley. That was your good morning sex, little one, so no, I don't ask permission for saying good morning to you. He answered calmly and headed to the bathroom without looking back at me. Geez, what kind of man did I marry? Good morning sex? So there was supposed to be good night sex too? If he ever tried to wake me up again in this way, I swear I would punch him good. He was treating me as a baby-making machine, nothing else, bastard. At breakfast. Can I ask you one thing? I started the conversation first. Yes. Will the morning sex become my every morning routine from now on? Yep. And also your night. He answered while he was cutting the croissant with a knife and a fork and not looking up at me. Is it possible I can have a break someday? to have a good sleep. Your job is to get pregnant, and I'm just doing my job to make that happen as soon as possible. You have any complaints? He placed one piece of the bread with his fork into his mouth and answered me indifferently. If you have sex with me twice a day and I got numb to it, wouldn't help me get pregnant either. I tried to negotiate, at least have some real conversation with him, but he was not really here. He gave me a glacier look. If you keep complaining, I'll add to 3 times a day. This man, really, was just a God-sent demon just to torment me. So much for making a conversation. Maybe he was not the type who liked talking about sex at breakfast, telling from his so overdramatically elegant way of eating a croissant, something I always ate with bare hands. Before Riley left for work, he unexpectedly gave me a phone that he already had set up to contact Leo specifically, his office, his mansion, his cell, every way to find him. I smiled. How come he could be so cold and now turned into a warm, sweet person next second? And that was the first time I saw a soft spot in his heart, his compassion. This small detail made me see that side of him. Maybe he kept buried deeply. But today I saw it. With Riley walking out of the castle, my attention quickly got switched back to my mind with the mysterious woman in the forbidden area. Now perhaps it would be a perfect chance to explore the area well and find out more details about her. But let me check up on Zoe first. Quickly dialed the number of the mansion. I heard 5 consistent rings and wondered why Leo didn't pick up. Did Riley give me the wrong number? But then finally it went through. I regretted doubting Riley. Hello? Hello, Leo? It's Davina here. Oh, hey, little peach, how are you? Leo greeted in his own passionate way. How many times are you going to call me that? I said I don't like it. I said impatiently. 1,000,000 times I think you are a little peach, he said with his same teasing tone. I could hear his annoying smirk in his voice. I took a deep breath. I didn't call to get annoyed by Leo. I called to talk with Zoe. Where is Zoe? I asked. Outside, he answered. You shouldn't let her be in the sun for so long. It's not good for her. I raised my voice a little bit. Well, you look up at the sky and you will know it's a little cloudy. Are you sure you are doing okay? He responded with his sarcasm. I went to the window and looked at the blue sky. Indeed wasn't a really big sun, but I knew Zoe could still get tired if being exposed to the sun for a long time. Can you get her in and give her some books? I asked. Yeah. How about I read her Little Red Riding Hood? No, I don't have any bloody fairy tales for her. Not fairy tales? Any other books? I've got hot chicks on every book. You want me to share with her? He teased me. Geez, then play her some piano. She likes it. Hold on, little peach. You think I can play the piano? You must be joking. Better she plays it with her magical little fingers and imaginations. I could hear his laughter. What? You can only throw your energy on hot chicks in the club? Hey, careful, little peach. I won't answer your call next time if you continue this attitude. Leo got upset. Okay, then stop your attitude first. Now get Zoe on the phone. I want to talk to her. I retorted to him. Then I heard Leo open the door and walked outside to hand the phone to Zoe. Hello? Finally, my Zoe's sweet voice came on the line. Hey, Zoe, it's me, Davina. I felt so relieved and happy. Hey, Davina, how are you? I miss you, Zoe asked. I miss you too, Zoe. Everything is great. How are you doing there with Leo? Did he treat you well? It was only 2 days since the last time I saw her, but it felt like months already. I'm doing great. This house is so big. Leo's been cool. He made me soup earlier. It was really nice. Zoe told me in a happy tone. I was surprised, felt like seeing a different Leo. Really, that's kind of him. But remember to eat healthily and no fats, all right? I said softly. Yeah, sure. Leo's been taking care of me. You know, Davina, Leo told me that Riley has made me an appointment tomorrow to see a good doctor who can perform my surgery. I felt my tongue was knotted. I couldn't believe what I heard. Riley made an appointment for Zoe and found a good doctor for her surgery? None of it just sounded normal or real. The cold, distant, even harsh and mean Riley would do something so sweet for my sister? To do something so extraordinary and caring for someone who didn't matter to him made me suddenly respect him, totally changed my first impression of him. Are you sure, Zoe? I still couldn't believe it. Yes, Leo told me. You want to ask him about it? Zoe responded. Yeah, put him back on the phone. Then I heard Leo's voice back on the line. "Tell me, little peach," Leo asked. "So is it true that Riley made an appointment with a doctor for Zoe tomorrow?" I asked. "Yes," he answered. "That's not a lie, is it?" I was holding my breath as I heard Leo's breath on the other end of the phone, so worried that he was going to laugh again, telling me this was all a joke. "Excuse me?" Leo's tone got a little colder now. I could feel as if he was offended. "Listen, little peach, I've been very nice this whole time, but if you continue insulting me like this, I'm going to think about if I have to finish this conversation. You really think that low of us? What? Just because you humiliated us before at my brother's proposal and we need to retaliate on your sister and play some sick game lying about the surgery? You really are rude," Leo said seriously. As if a big punch just came at my chest, guilt was the only thing I was feeling now. Leo's words made me realize how small-minded I was, and it was so shallow and mean of me to judge them so quickly. Riley had already made his compromises and sacrifices for me, for this marriage. Sure, I should at least give him some trust as my husband. You are right, Leo. I shouldn't have said those words, sorry. I apologized. I get it that you've always been tough and never asked of anyone for help, especially when it comes to your sister. But little Peach, you are not alone anymore. Riley can help you, and he will. You should let him. Leo softened his tone. I really wish to just say yes. I would beg for that. Someone so rich and powerful to shoulder some burden for me finally. But I never forgot where I came from and what contract I signed. 2 years, long enough to make me get used to Riley's help. But I was well aware that after the 2 years, I would go back to my waitress job and making beds in a tiny hotel. I would be handling everything by myself all over again. And that would make my life even more difficult if I let myself get used to these sweet candies from Riley. But, of course, I wouldn't tell Leo about this. Some truths meant to stay buried. Zoe was my burden. Life after this contract was my problem too, and I shouldn't count on someone else to help me. I admit it's a little surprising, but I will try, I told Leo. Wonderful, and you really should think of the bright side, little Peach. You are literally the princess in those fairy tales now. Riley is your prince. He can give you anything you name it. You should open it up to him. Leo said excitedly. Riley is a prince, right? What happened to those girls who couldn't be married to a prince? Even myself, it would only be 2 years of being a princess. Why did I have to let myself enjoy the luxurious life when I knew someday it would all come to an end? Getting used to a dream life was only going to make my real life look more miserable and unbearable once the contract finished. Just because God gave me this super rich Prince Riley to help me with Zoe's surgery didn't mean I could forget who I was and how much money I owned. Once Zoe got recovered, I would use the rest of the $50,000 to support her education, give her a normal, happy life that she deserved, and only then would I say I had no regrets. Thank you, Leo. Again, sorry for my judgment about you, I told him faithfully. No worries, little Peach. Now I'm taking Zoe inside and get her some music albums, he said. All right, and don't forget the time to give her pills. Take care. Bye. He hung up. I held the phone against my chest just to feel a little bit longer the happiness I got from Zoe's happiness. Knowing she was enjoying herself there, I got the best morning I could have. Then I opened the next chapter in my mind, going to the forbidden area. I kept sticking my head out to see if the maids finished their cleaning outside my room corridor. Their footsteps kept coming and disappearing, repeating. I felt my heart was lifted and dropped over and over again. I didn't know if they were spying on me or something, but I just knew I needed to be patient and smart, not to get caught. 1 hour. Another 1 hour. I waited. But when I checked the time, couldn't believe it, just past 10 minutes. Never knew waiting could be this irritating and drove people crazy. Guess time was beyond slow when someone tried to be a thief, which was who I was now, sneaking. Okay, I took a deep breath, telling myself that I needed to be patient. So I came up with an idea. I could pretend that I just wanted to walk around and got close to the first floor, and when the opportunity came, I could just walk straight to the forbidden area. Yes, that was the plan. I passed the chandelier, came to the 3rd floor, walked all the way down the hall, and felt glad that I didn't see any maid this way. I fastened my pace and finally reached the first floor, but saw more maids there, cleaning the rooms, vacuuming the floor, tending the antiques, wiping the glasses. "Hi, Mrs. Campbell. Can I help you?" One maid greeted, and I successfully drew everyone's attention. No, I am okay. Just getting to know my new home." I had to sit down and watch them walking and doing their job around me. I let out a helpless sigh. What an idiot was I? 3 hours already passed. Luckily, I started to notice they were leaving one by one. Finally, my opportunity came. I heard their whispering. Seemed that the lunch break rotation started. 2 of them would go each time. I waited. Okay, now it was 11:30. 2 more maids would leave, and I could exit from here, because the one in charge of the art gallery would be leaving this time, so no one could see me leaving. And I waited, pretending I was walking outside the lawn to get some sun kisses. And by 12, the maid vacuuming the floor and tending the antiques went for their break, and the rest were just in other rooms, would have no idea where I was. But the lunch break was only 1 hour. So I only had 1 hour to go to the forbidden area and come back. Actually, maybe just 50 minutes. Had to save 10 minutes for me to walk there and come back here. I finally got out and kept looking back at my shoulder to see if I was being followed. I walked silently and quickly through the garden, but when I came to the end and thinking I finally reached the forbidden area, I was in shock, petrified, or even just pure furious by what was in front of me. After everything I went through, now you told me it was all for nothing? It was a door, a marble door in disguise with green tangled vine, and an electronic lock attached to it on the left bottom side, the same design as the door to Riley's piano room, which would require a fingerprint and passcode to enter. You must be kidding me! What the hell? And who was the verified person? Riley, I presume. I cursed everyone here. Riley, who shut me out as an intruder snooping into his family secret, and the maids in the castle, those faint smiles, no respect for me at all. I screamed in my heart with rage and depression. Now the entrance to the forbidden area was locked. What could possibly be in that place that led him to be so protective? Just for that portrait? Or there was something else in there? I came back to my room, slammed the door really hard, jumped to my bed, facing down, covered my head with a pillow, screamed out of my anger, frustration. The marble door seemed to have put a big stone in my chest, too. I felt suffocating. I slammed the bed and wished there was some sound coming out, but even this bed was freaking so soft. No sound at all. I needed to hit something and let out. How was that even possible? Just one day, or maybe just one night, and he managed to install a perfectly secured door and nicely disguised it with vines and set up all the fingerprints and all. And no sound of it at all? Unbelievable. He's rich, you idiot. What could possibly be impossible for him? A voice inside me sounded. Right, he's got tons of money, cold cash even, something I presume to be used on tipping a fancy-dressed waitress at a fancy restaurant or buying a luxurious Lamborghini to show off around, instead of building a stupid door in his own castle. So unfair when a man complained about women spent money on their vulgar outlooks, clothes, and perfumes when they spent money on something that less than necessary, like a marble door in a garden. Was it really your top priority to shut me out, Riley? I cursed him inside my heart. The problem right now was that I was officially blocked out from the forbidden area, no clue, and no one to help me with any information on the woman in the portrait now. Was it possible I could find something else in this huge castle that related to that mysterious woman? Okay, if you want to do it, you are on your own now. Less than 2 years for you, Davina. Dig it out, I told myself. But how? All the pictures I saw in this huge house was Riley himself, some of his family, and no women in any of them. Where was I supposed to get started? Riley left me no clue to track. He hid it away or destroyed, or everything was just merely in that forbidden room behind the garden? Screw you, Riley. Knock, knock, knock. I got pulled out of my thoughts. The door got opened before I could get up and ask who it was, and I saw that face I didn't feel like seeing. The older maid didn't care what her name was. My lady, do you have anything specific that you would like to eat for lunch? I'll have the cook prepare for your preferences. Okay, didn't see that coming. I was surprised, honestly, that she could be sweet. But didn't she make it very clear that she only served Riley and I was just to obey? Why bother caring for my food preferences now? Error. Thanks, but I don't really have an appetite now. Just make lunch for Riley. Skip mine. I told her. You are not going to eat anything? Are you sure? She asked, and I could sense her attitude from across the room. Was she deaf? And that questioning tone just so annoying. Maybe I should just tell Riley to get her out of here. Yes, I'm sure. I'm not feeling well. No mood for food. Thanks. I answered with manners, hoping that she could stop her questions and leave. I was telling the truth. After all, I had no mood for it. I just needed to find out about the truth behind that marble door. She finally left and softly shut the door. Thank God I could be alone again, enjoying some solitude and back to my contemplative moments. With all the maids young and beautiful working around here, except the old one, so the woman in the portrait, could it be Riley's girlfriend? Ex-wife? No. Her eyes were so blue like Riley's. Maybe his mother, telling from the elegance and a royal caliber, wouldn't be too much to say she was a queen. But if that was his mother, why was there no more photos of her around in here? The best thing to brag around if someone had a mother like that, wouldn't it? Knock, knock, knock. Geez, who the hell is that again? The older maid came in again. I really should have asked her name so I could complain about her next time. My lady, Mr. Campbell would like to speak to you. She just approached and handed the phone over to me. I rolled my eyes and took it over. Hello. What happened? Why aren't you eating? Riley just opened his question in his bossy tone. Who told you that? I asked, even though I knew who that could be. Just answer the question, he ordered in his annoyed voice. Well, you didn't answer mine either, I retorted with irritation. Okay, are you having a headache, nausea, or something? Is that what keeps you from having lunch? He asked in a way as if he assumed I was pregnant, so ridiculous, more proof that it was the older maid who told him I was not feeling well. No, I'm okay. I just don't want to eat. All right, you listen to me carefully, okay? You are definitely acting like a spoiled little brat now. Either you go and take your medication, or you go and have your proper lunch, or there will be consequences. He threatened me. I rolled my eyes. I vote for none of the above. So yeah, I'm not eating anything, I said. Davina Evans, you signed the contract to obey me, and I'm telling you to eat, he replied. No, I hung up. I handed the phone back to the older maid, glaring at her in a way I was not going to hide the fact that she upset me. Because obviously, this woman wasn't a fan of me either. The way she looked at me was like a master looking at an intruder. And now today, reporting me to Riley like I was some naughty kid refusing to behave and needed some discipline from parents. So you called Riley, I questioned her. No good look to a woman like her. I'm sorry, my lady, but Mr. Campbell paid me to inform him if you disobey his order, so I'm just doing my job. She said with her chin held up high, no hint of any sorry in her eyes, even if she said sorry with her lips. What's your name? Lorraine, she replied. Well, Lorraine, I didn't disobey his order. I just refused to eat, I retorted. Doing something Mr. Campbell doesn't like is called disobey. You said you were not feeling well. It's my duty to let him know that this is serious, she argued, which really irritated me. Okay, Lorraine, I'll let Riley know if I'm not feeling well, and I hope you understand your role here. You are a maid and I'm Riley's wife. Technically, I'm your boss. I raised my voice to address myself. Exactly. So it's more of your duty to obey your husband, not my duty to remind you that. God, this woman just knew the right button to push to drive me mad. Did she even speak the human tongue? Why didn't she just shut the hell up? Okay, fair enough. Also, it's my duty to tell my husband that his maid is a woman who has no respect or manners, because I'm his equal, not you. And if you keep stabbing my back like this and inform my husband of every little detail of my life, I will tell him to fire you. I gritted. Sure thing, my lady. It's your right to do so, but I answer to Mr. Campbell, and I will always inform him of your every little detail because he pays me, not you. God, I looked at that disgusting wrinkled face squeezing a fake smile at me. The only impulse I had in mind was to tear that ugly, arrogant skin off of her face, see if she would have any sort of respect or humanity underneath. Okay, I'm done with this. Now get out. I felt repulsive at the sight of her. Rage exploded inside me. I thought she would call Riley again, telling him that I bullied her, but she surprisingly said, "My lady, I'll get some aspirin for you, along with some lunch." Just a cold, professional sentence, like always. Then she closed the door. Creepy like life wasn't bad already. Riley sent this old wench to torment me? I quickly went to shut the door, double-locked it, in case she just broke in again. Obviously, Lorraine hated me, and I didn't know why. I got the fact I was Riley's purchased wife, but the way she talked to me, it was like she was the lady of the house, even superior to Riley. Who did she think she was? And spying on me as if I was some prisoner, this was too much. I had to tell Riley about her. The bitch needed a lesson and someone to remind her what her job was here. I slid back to bed, went underneath my silky quilt, needed to find some peace and sleep and darkness, to just leave all this bossy husband and annoying maid crap whatsoever behind me. "Hey, little Peach, wake up." Riley's voice suddenly sounded around my ears. I opened my eyes and saw a vague face in the fog of darkness before my eyes. I rubbed my eyes and finally got it wide open reluctantly. Riley? He just sat there, holding a glass of water or whatever, sitting on the bed, reaching out his hand on my forehead. "Yes. Are you feeling okay?" He wanted to see if I had a fever. "Yeah, what's the time now?" I asked, reluctantly supported my body to get up. My throat was still hoarse. I did feel some dryness and pain down the throat and sweat on my forehead. "It's 4 p.m., little Peach. Did you catch a cold?" He questioned with a little concerned and upset tone. "Oh, 4 p.m. I slept for 3 hours. What time did you come home?" I asked. "Just now. I canceled everything in my schedule today." He told me. He took some aspirin pills from the side table and delivered them to the edge of my mouth. No, I don't like pills." I pushed away his pills. "Then have some food if no pills." He answered, put down the water and pills, and picked up the soup bowl and lifting the spoon up to my mouth. No, I don't like to eat either." I pushed away his spoon. "What do you want, huh?" He looked at me as if I was a naughty kid who needed a spank on my butt. "Why? Why did you cancel your schedule?" I asked. "Because of you. You refused to take medication, refused to eat, and locked yourself inside. You gave me no other choice." He just said calmly, no yelling at me, only putting his hand on the soup bowl see if it was still warm. A sense of guilt crawling up to my heart. Why would he do that? No, Riley wouldn't do that for me. He was never a caring type. "You are lying," I said. "Yeah, to lose maybe $100,000 business by talking you into a meal right now. Yeah, I wish I was lying too." He picked up the soup bowl again. I looked at him, the serious look on his face, and those caring eyes I saw for the first time. I somehow lost my words. I'm sorry, Riley. You didn't have to do this for me. Your work means so much to you," I said. "Yeah, already did. And your health means a lot to me too. Now open your mouth," he replied. I slowly opened my mouth, feeling the warmth sliding into my mouth. I felt my heart flutter. This romantic, sweet Riley, was he real? He cared about me? Oh yeah, he did. "Really? I meant a lot to you?" I was waiting for him to say it out and loud, that he cared about me. "Of course, if you are not healthy, where can I get a healthy baby?" Just when I was about to hear that word, and ready to give him a big smile, and there he did, always knew how to turn my smile into disappointment. He put up a beautiful fireworks show in my heart, and then hosed freezing water on my face. "Yeah, what were you thinking, Davina? You are just a tool and container for his child. Stop your fantasy." I laughed at myself. One by one, with his incredible patience I never saw coming, I finished everything he brought to me on the food tray. He then put it away on the small table, without saying anything, took off his suit, unbuttoned his shirt. I thought he wanted to come to bed with me, but he just went straight to the bathroom and closed the door. I finally learned something about him. A, he was not a cold person. Definitely not. B, he wanted a baby more than anything, and there was no ulterior motive behind that. C, there must be something that happened to him in the past that led him to build a high wall in his heart and not to let people walk into there. But I wasn't sure about the last thing, of him being so secretive, cold, and cruel one time, warm and sweet another time. Could it be related to the woman in the portrait? I should stop my fantasies about him, or even greed to ask for more from him. Was he even capable of love? The more I saw the soft side of him, the more I wanted to find out the truth about the forbidden area. The door opened again while I sat on the bed, watching Lorraine come in and pick up the food tray with that frosty, nasty face and wrinkled hands. You really should have listened. Now Mr. Campbell had to suffer loss in his work because of you. She just stated like that, as if I was her subordinate. I rolled my eyes and didn't bother to retort. I was so through with this woman. Her words just made the fireball of anger with her grew bigger and probably going to explode soon. There was only so much I could take from that bitch. She had to leave now. But apparently Lorraine didn't see the fire in my eyes, or she just chose to ignore it. I got out of the bed and closed the door after she left the room, grabbed a comb to brush my hair. Enough of this messy look. I grabbed a glass and drank some water. Indeed, I felt much better after the nice meal Riley fed me. Riley came out of the bathroom in his robe and a towel in hand to dry his hair. He was just literally works of art. I called out to him. "Riley? Yes?" He walked to the closet and grabbed a clean shirt. "Can you? No, Lorraine. I need you to fire Lorraine," I said firmly. He turned his head over me and let out this snicker from his breath. He just thought of me being ridiculous and crazy now for talking to him like that and demanding something like that. "Your reason is?" He questioned while he was putting on his watch. "My reason is, she shows no respect to me. I don't like her attitude," I answered. "Oh, really?" Riley walked over to me, looked down at me. "So she's the one that got attitude, not you?" he asked. "Excuse me, I don't even know her. She is your maid. Why would I have an attitude with her?" I raised my voice a little bit. "Okay, little one, I'm not sure if you are telling the truth, but unfortunately I can't fire Lorraine over some boring, petty little woman disagreements." He said straight away, "Of course I'm telling the truth. She doesn't respect me. Why are you defending her?" I shouted. "Boring, petty little woman disagreements?" Riley really never lived with any women, I guess. Couldn't believe he just put it into that phrase, like women were just nothing but boring creatures. "Listen, okay? Lorraine has been working for this family nearly her entire lifetime. She was loyal, she was a hard worker, and I'm not going to fire her just because you had some small argument with her. You just came here last week. Let's not forget that, okay?" He responded with force. "I can't believe what I'm hearing. You are on her side. I'm your wife, for God's sake," I yelled finally. "Right? My purchased wife." Riley stepped even closer to me again, as if he was about to touch my face, but not. He just wanted to look at me in the eye and give me that condescending eyes, to make me feel small in front of him. How humiliating. This was even more humiliating than I ever imagined. Those 3 words were like 1,000 thorns cutting through my heart. Now I finally knew what I meant to him. I was nothing to him. I was some whore he could buy on a street, who could give birth to a child and be okay to be tossed aside once he finished using me. Yeah, that was who I was to him. Damn, he cared more about those bitch maids than me, perhaps. "You are right. You bought me. It's just business," I said, lowering my voice, lowered my head, tried not to get emotional at his words. "Exactly. So suck it up, live with it, and you move on. Lorraine is not that bad, plus you are leaving in 2 years, Riley said. "Right, 2 years after I give birth to the baby, take care of him until he gets to 1 year old. I fulfill my duty and I would be gone. Not Lorraine. Riley would tell me to make compromises with her, not Lorraine. Riley would take my baby away and tell me to leave, not Lorraine. He would always choose the ugly old maid over me, because I was temporary and she was permanent." Seeing me nod silently, Riley shrugged his shoulder and nodded at me too, and walked out of the room with a sigh of relief. Once he left, I saw that tall, dashing back getting far away. I closed the door, slid back against the door, and dropped to the floor. Tears welled up from my eyes. I sobbed. This was the man who gave the vow to protect me and support me in front of God. This was the man I gave my virginity and innocence to. This was the man I swore to trust and believe in. $1 million wife was really cheaper than a 1,000 monthly paid maid. I didn't know her salary, though, but I just really couldn't live with it. I knew it wasn't supposed to take it personally. The vows and those romantic words, I knew he didn't mean any of them. But I meant it when I vowed to be his good wife. How pathetic was I? He wanted me for a child. He didn't want me because he liked my green eyes or just who I was. I took a deep breath, I told myself to chill. This was the contract anyway, nothing personal, just a job. I closed my eyes, and Zoe's face merged in my mind. Her smile reminded me of the exact reason why I was here, and it gave me the courage to continue suffering and making compromises in this marriage. Now I knew what I had to do. I wasn't expecting anything beautiful in this marriage in the first place anyway. I didn't need Riley's attention or Lorraine's respect. I just need a nice doctor for Zoe, my only family. Wiping my tears off, I looked at myself in the mirror. I gave a smile at myself, gathered my hair, and made it up to a ponytail. Yes, you can do this, Davina, for Zoe. He was definitely hard to read, because he barely had any facial expressions, that cold face. Was there anything soft and warm beneath that? All right, let me try my luck. I needed to fix this. Couldn't risk anything to let him regret his decision on helping with Zoe's surgery. I need to apologize, I said to Riley, who was sitting across the long dining table from me, drinking his French mushroom soup elegantly. He raised his eyebrows. About what? He put his spoon aside on the plate. About being so hysterical and telling you to fire Lorraine and all that? That was across the line, I am sorry, I replied, fiddling with the napkin on the table. Nothing about crossing the line, though. Just realized you got quite a temper. Didn't know that before, that's all. But we are cool now, he chuckled. That aroused my curiosity. I stood up and walked towards Riley and took a seat next to him. So, if you knew that I had a short temper before the marriage, would you still marry me? Yes, Riley answered without blinking. Why? I asked something that I really wanted to know. But he didn't answer me, nor did he look at me. He just grabbed his knife and started cutting the steak. I saw him put the small slices into his mouth, chewing slowly and then swallowing. For the first time watching a man's Adam's apple so closely, he really was a gentleman. No sound made, no rush, not even disdaining the table a bit. I swallowed too, watching him enjoying his steak so much. Are you going to keep watching me eat? He asked me with his eyes looking at his steak. Yes, if you don't answer my question. You don't give up, do you? He cut one more slice of steak. No. I just wanted to know, so eagerly. You are not going to get any, he responded. Why? Don't you think I deserve to know? Why you chose me instead of all other more beautiful and rich women? I argued. Yep, and you keep blabbering about it. I'm going to regret that decision soon. He responded with his fork playing with the green veggies on his plate. Tell me, please. I looked at him with my pleading eyes. You know what? Easy, because I can. He put down his fork and grabbed his wine glass. What? You are not answering my question. I sat straight and raised my voice, landed my hands on the table, making the plates clacking each other. Take your dinner, little one. Riley moved the food plates to the front of me. No. I got grumpy. Riley put down his glass. You want to do that again? You wanted me to feed you? I didn't answer, just turned my head elsewhere. Well, if you keep going like this and not eating your dinner, I meant it when I said about the consequences, so don't push it. Riley started to sound serious. I was not that angry, but now I was. Oh, really? And what are the consequences? Enlighten me. You won't be able to speak to your sister for a whole month. He just stared at me coldly and dead. I gasped and almost knocked the plates off the table. He was just bluffing. Definitely, he was. He would not stop me from calling my sister. No, you wouldn't. Oh, I would, and I did. Leo wouldn't answer your call for the next 3 weeks. And if you want to continue this argument with me, I'm going to extend to 6 weeks. Your choice, little one, Riley said. No, Riley, don't do this, please, I pleaded. Then be a good girl and start to eat your dinner, Riley said. But I don't want to eat. I only wanted to see how he was planning to do with me if I kept defying him. Okay, then 10 weeks, and you will be grounded. No more thinking of seeing her again, Riley answered, and didn't stop eating his steak. Unable to talk to Zoe was already bad enough. I couldn't lose my opportunity to see her. In what world did this man come from? How did he manage to speak all those evil words out of his mouth while chewing his steak so calmly in the meantime? And no facial expression at all, no intention to look at me either. I was wrong. Screw his soft heart. Who could be possibly crueler than him? You can't do that. I'm not your prisoner, I yelled, tears gleaming in my eyes. Oh, I can. I bought you, so you are mine, Riley replied coldly. No, I'm not your property. I have free will. I was mad. He really upset me. Yes, and I have free will to decide how I discipline my purchased wife. Riley retorted, You? Why are you so mean? I thought you were not, but you are, I said to Riley. Riley chuckled. Listen, little dove, I don't have to be mean, but if you like being a child, then I have to like being mean. So if you start to behave, I don't have to show you how mean I can be. He frightened me. I reached my hands to my plate, and Riley immediately got the steak into my plate, grabbed the knife and fork, and placed them beside my plate. I don't like steak, I whined. Are you sure about this, little one? Because I seriously doubt that. Looks like you are the brat, and I might have to ground you for your full contract now. Why? Why was he so cruel? I signed the contract to save my sister's life? Did I really deserve this? He just sentenced me to 2 years of marriage prison, and his threats would be my daily meal. What a monster. I finally picked up the knife and fork, cut one slice of steak, and sent it into my mouth, reluctantly pushed it down to my throat. Riley, I tried to argue. No more talking. Hurry and finish your food, little one. It's almost 8 already. We'll go for sex for the next 4 hours, Riley said. I got choked at his words. 4 hours? What was he, a beast? You want longer? Riley raised his eyebrow and asked me. Of course not. 4 hours is too long. I can't handle that, I complained. Yes, you can. That's why I told you to eat. What? Are you freaking crazy? 4 hours, yeah, that's gonna happen in your delusional mind. I'm not bloody doing that. I'm not your baby-making machine. I gritted with my sarcasm and rage. Yes, you are. I paid for it. And if you keep complaining, I will extend to 5 hours. I felt like I heard something super piercing. Did he just call me a prostitute? So temporary wife got reduced to a prostitute now? How much more was he going to demean me tomorrow? So you are saying I'm a prostitute? I didn't want to misunderstand anything here. Riley stood up and came close to me, put his hands on my chair, bent low, and whispered at my ear. Yes, you are, he said. But then he laid his lips on my lips and then told me, my prostitute only. And he looked at me with a smirk on his face, like this wasn't hurtful at all. I stood up and slapped him right away. He stood back, I pushed the chair away. Suddenly, our distance turned from 0 to 5 feet away. I beg your pardon. I am not a prostitute. Yes, I married you because I needed money to save my sister's life. And if you think that made me a whore, then I didn't marry a husband. You are a monster with no heart, no feelings. You are just evil. And you know what? If I want to be a prostitute, I would never, ever be your prostitute. I would pick any man on this planet to get the money I want from my sister. At least with them, I had my dignity. But with you, you took my body, my innocence, and still wanted to take my dignity. I'd rather go and kiss their feet right now than staying here seeking a chance when you can see me as a respectable woman and listening to you call me a prostitute. I yelled, tears running down my cheeks. I thought maybe that kind of strong emotion lashing out on him would at least earn some apology from him. But nothing. He just moved the chair away in between us, walked to me, gripped my waist, and kissed me even harder than before, as if he wanted to bite my lips off. Let me tell you, little dove, I enjoy this furious you, this harsh side of you. I would definitely seek more chances to get you to shout at me, because seeing your green eyes glowing with fire is just such a beautiful sight to me. I love it. Riley said that on my face, biting my lips. This man was just getting crazier and crazier. I pushed him away. You freak, I said. And you are my prostitute, he replied with a teasing smile on his face. Call me that again, and I swear you will see the consequence. I glared at him. Oh, really? And what's that? I'm paying you $1 million and a grand mansion. You signed the contract to obey me, so you should just open your legs when I order you to. He kept teasing me, which provoked me more. Okay, as you wish, I'll be a prostitute right now. I said that and broke free from his grip, running out of the dining room immediately. I caught an eye of a male butler soon. I was like, okay, he was the target. I quickly ran to him, and seeing him walking into a room holding a coffee tray, I followed. I could hear Riley's footsteps coming closer to me. I kept looking at my shoulder and made sure he didn't catch up with me. Once I entered the room, I quickly closed the door, in case Riley caught up with me and screw my plan. I saw the butler turn around the minute I entered the room and locked the door. He was not very tall, around 35 years old or something like that. Not very handsome, but fair, brown eyes, yellow eyelash, not really my type. "Madam, are you all right? Do you need anything?" he asked. "What's your name?" I asked, catching up with my breath. "Diego, madam," he answered. "Okay, Diego, I want you to kiss me," I told him. For the first time, I did something out of impulse and rage. My head was totally jumbled by Riley. Diego stared at me with his buggy eyes widened, super confused. I'm sorry, madam." I said, "Come close and kiss me," I repeated. At this moment, a big bang sounded at the door. "Davina, open this door right now, I swear to God." Riley shouted outside the door. "No, I'm a prostitute. Let me do my job." I shouted back at Riley through the door and then turned to Diego, who saw me as a crazy alien. "What are you doing? Are you gay or something? Come and kiss me." I went to him and gripped his hand to put on my waist, while his hand was like stone and lost its flexibility. Just as I grabbed his other hand to hold me around my waist, the door got pushed open with a strong wind. Riley stormed in with his livid face, in a way like he was going to murder me. Blue eyes burning with fire like I could see smoke coming out of his hair already. "How did you?" Before I said another word, he already gripped me into his arms hard and threw me onto his shoulder like I was a bag of cabbages, leaving Diego with a face full of confusion. He grabbed my legs and carried me all the way down the hall with every maid looking at us. He didn't say a word. I kept punching his back with my small fist, but it didn't work. I felt he was flying up the staircase and carried me to our bedroom. He slammed the door with his foot, threw me on the bed as if he was going to give me a harsh whipping. I wanted to sit up, and he pushed me down on the bed immediately. "Don't move." Then I heard his metal belt getting unbuckled. Then he unbuttoned his shirt, slammed it on the floor. It only took him 10 seconds to get naked in front of me. I was scared, looking at the raging fire burning in his eyes. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "Now you know you are wrong. Tell me, did you touch him? What the hell did you do?" Riley roared, eyes widened. I sat up, cuddled myself with both arms, shaking my head constantly. "No, I didn't touch him." "I'm sorry, Riley." I lost my temper and only had fear left in my heart and lips. Riley suddenly jumped on the bed and got his weight over me, restrained my hands on the bed. I couldn't move at all underneath his naked body. "You swear. Look at me in the eye and swear to me." He was pressing my hands so hard. "I swear I didn't touch him. I was just mad, and I am sorry." I was so afraid of what he could possibly do to me now. I could only obey him. "Cheat on me once. Shame on you. You do it twice. You know what the consequence will be. It's stated clearly in the contract." He gripped my chin and threatened me. "No, I didn't cheat on you, Riley. That was just a reckless move when a woman gets mad. I said I am sorry." I used my soft tone and pleading eyes, hoping to soften his heart. "But you almost did." The fire in his eyes got put out a little bit. "I was hurt, didn't know it would upset you. I was being honest." "Oh, I am, and you should know better what I'll do when I'm upset." Riley looked at me with seriously frozen eyes. I breathed in fear. I felt my heart beating in my throat hearing his words. Lord, why the hell did I do that stupid thing? Was he going to torture me now? "I'm really sorry, Riley. I truly am." I begged him again, hoping he wouldn't hurt me. "Riley, I'm not feeling very comfortable now. Can you let me go?" I tried to break free from his hug. "No," he refused. "How long are you going to hold me like this?" I asked, trying to move a bit to get to a slightly more comfortable position. He answered, and answered something I never expected to hear. He surprised me and captured my heart in that particular moment. Happiness? Or something else? I never felt something like this in my life. A stream of warmth invaded my heart. 1,000 years. "What are you doing here?" Riley found me lying on the couch just holding a book. I gave him a glance and went back to my book. I tried to ignore him, which I had been doing for the last month already. "You don't want to eat breakfast?" Riley sat beside me, holding his food plate with scrambled eggs and sausage on it. I moved his plate away from my face, didn't feel like looking at him or the food. "Davina, eat something. 1 month already. Stop being a kid now." Riley said in his thick voice, I'm just... I naturally put my hand on my stomach, feeling the smell of the eggs and sausage made me feel sick. I didn't want to lie, like a cramp in my stomach, and made me kind of dizzy. "Just what?" Riley asked. "Riley, I'm not feeling very well. It must be the eggs or sausage. The smell makes me sick." I already promised Riley to be a good wife, so I decided to keep that promise. Smell? He grabbed the plate and pulled it closer to his nose and sniffed it. No, seems fine to me. His eyebrows nodded. Guess he noticed the sickness on my face. He reached his hand to my forehead to see if I got a fever. No fever either. What's wrong? Tell me. I saw some deep concern flashing in his eyes. The sickness got so strong I couldn't speak. I quickly ran to the bathroom, threw up everything I had in my stomach. God, the feeling of my stomach getting burned and turned upside down was not good. I hate this nausea. Knock, knock, knock. Are you all right in there, little one? Riley got worried. No, no, no. Don't come in. I cleaned the bathroom and opened the door. Riley saw my pale face and asked with deep concern, Hey, what happened? Did you? Yes. I slowly walked to the bed and sat down. Riley called Lorraine in. Yes, master? Lorraine came in with her still old cold face as usual. I had no mood looking at her today. Vomit or something? Lorraine, check if there's something wrong with the food material of dinner last night and also the breakfast today. Riley handed over the food plate to Lorraine. Lorraine answered right away. Mr. Campbell, I'm sure there's nothing wrong with the food. Then she looked at me, saw Riley rubbing my back. She asked, My lady, are you feeling nauseous now? Yes, I answered weakly. Sour waist and swollen boobs? Lorraine asked with her frosty tone. I held up my head and was astounded. How do you know? I think you are pregnant, my lady. Lorraine just said that, which got my stomach turned over again. What? She was the last person I wanted to hear about it. I had the suspect myself too, but right now I just missed my mother. Wished I had my mom with me, instead of this old maid I disliked. Yeah, she's right. Riley seemed quite thrilled about it. Quickly stood up and ran to the bathroom, brought a big box out with him. He came to bed, opened the big box. All right, try these. I looked at them, widened my eyes. Are you serious, Riley? How many times did you plan to impregnate me? At least 10 different types of pregnancy tests in there, of all different companies. You really are cute in a special way, little one. These are just in case, okay? For a more reliable result. Riley chuckled. I could see the sneering look on Lorraine's face. I'm sorry. Can you go out and leave us? I said to her. And for the first time, Riley just took my side. He winked at Lorraine and gestured her to leave. Seeing Lorraine exit the room, I somehow relieved a bit. This woman brought me so much tense than I already had. Okay, come, little one. Riley took my hand and led me to the bathroom, took out 6 pregnancy tests from the box and displayed them on the sink. Try these 6 first. I'll be waiting outside. But I was, still in shock. I felt the cramp in my stomach was replaced by a fireball of tensity at this moment, the moment of thinking that I was pregnant. I understood that marrying Riley was for a baby in the first place, and this day would come eventually. But when it finally came, honestly, I was terrified. I stood in front of the sink looking at the pregnancy tests, feeling my hands getting shaky. Hey, you all right, little one? Riley noticed my blank eyes. You don't have to be mad at Lorraine. She meant well, Riley said. No, it's not about Lorraine. It's me. I'm scared, Riley, I murmured. I regretted immediately I said that. I wasn't supposed to let him know how I was feeling. We were never best friends or something. Riley came close to me, held up my chin and held my face in his hands. Why, little one? What are you scared of? God, Riley had never been this tender to me. I don't know. I started chewing on my lower lip, my eyes wet with tears the next second. Hey, what's wrong? Riley became so soft and cuddled me with warmth, I let my tears run freely in his arms. Damn it, what the hell happened to you, Davina? You never cry. Life was so cruel before, and you never cried. Now you got scared of a pregnancy test. What are you thinking? My subconscious slapped my face. Perhaps I just needed my mom to be with me, like any other normal girl, to have their mother for this special moment of their lives. Shh, I'm here. You don't need to be scared, okay? I'm right here. He kept rubbing my back and kissing my forehead. Wow, wish I could be pregnant sooner. If I had known Riley could be this gentle and sweet with me, could have saved all that drama and insults from the prostitute title. I know I'm supposed to be happy, not crying. I'm sorry. I sniffed and broke free from his embrace. Hey, it's okay. No need to apologize. He wiped my tears, kissing my cheek. I'm okay now. Let me do the test, Riley. I felt much better and ready to face it. I closed the door, put the box on the sink, looking at the reflection of myself in the mirror, thinking that in 5 minutes I would find out if I was carrying a baby in my womb. Really special feeling. I reached my hands to the box, read the instructions on each one of them, got my urine into a small cup and separated some drops onto each one of the tests. Knock, knock, knock. Are you all right in there, little one? Riley was even more eager to know the result. Just a minute. I displayed the 6 tests on the sink and ready to show him and wait for the results. I opened the door. Riley came in with his concerned look. Then he led my hand and walked to the sink. How long do we need to wait to know the results? He asked. These 3 ones said 2 minutes. The rest needed 5 minutes. I answered, holding Riley's hand so tight, maybe to steal some courage from him. Riley just grabbed all of the tests at once and looked at them so closely. Okay, we'll wait together, he murmured softly. Then I saw the happiness on his face, as if his eyes got lightened up all of a sudden. I felt something just captured my heart, seeing the happiness in his eyes. Telling from his face, I already knew what the results were. You are pregnant. Riley turned his head over me and gave me this smile I never thought he was capable of. He immediately pulled me into his arms and held my hips, pushed me up into the sky, and spun me around. Then he carried me to bed, let me sit, stroke my hair. We'll get confirmation from the doctor later, okay? Now I need you to eat something for me. Riley quickly left for a fruit plate and handed it to me, grabbed a grape close to my mouth. Riley, I really don't want to eat. I pouted and moved the strawberry away. You are eating for our baby now, little dove. Come on, open your mouth, Riley insisted. But I can't really. I think I'm going to throw up if I eat that. Riley gave in. Okay, how about this? You eat the full plate and I can take you to your sister after we see the doctor, Riley said. What? Really? I can see Zoe? You promise? I suddenly felt my heart got lifted up to the rainbow. I missed Zoe so much. It had been so long. Yes, but finish the fruits first, Riley responded. Couldn't wait his another word. I used my 2 hands to grab the 4 strawberries in the plate and shoved them into my mouth. 2 seconds and I finished biting them all. Then grapes. Okay, even easier. I didn't even spit out the skins. 5 seconds, done. Then the melon slices, 6 of them. I had them all within 6 seconds. Okay. Done. Let's go. I said that while I'm still chewing my melon slice, water coming out of my mouth. Riley chuckled. Okay, now get your jacket and hat. I don't want the mother of my baby get cold, Riley ordered. I laughed. Bright sunny out there, just a little breeze, and he was afraid I would get cold. But knowing he could get bossy, so I just went to the closet and grabbed a jacket and a hat. Okay, I'm ready to see my sister now. I stood in front of Riley with my jacket and hat on. All the pregnancy sickness and cramped stomach just floated away and turned into happiness now. Thinking of seeing Zoe, I could forget every pain of mine, physically and mentally. No, you are ready to see the doctor. Zoe comes after the doctor in our plan, okay? Riley held my hand as we exited the castle. Dr. Clark's room. Riley led my hand and walked in there. A very clean and simple setup room. Only one lady sitting at the corner around her 30s, one table against the wall with a few framed certificates hanging on there, a pink plastic curtain in between the table and the doctor's computer desk. Mr. Campbell, to what do I owe the pleasure? Please sit. Dr. Clark greeted Riley in a very welcoming way. The smile on her face was so sweet. But how did the doctor know Riley? Riley made an appointment with her beforehand? Or was it that Riley was already that famous and everybody knew him? Just call me Riley, it's fine. Doctor, this is my wife, Davina, Riley said, putting his arm around my waist. Honor to meet you, Mrs. Campbell. What can I do for you today? Dr. Clark went straight to the point. No small talks and hypocritical smiles. I like that. My wife is pregnant. I'd like you to check up on her, make sure everything is fine. Any normal woman would have fallen for Riley at this moment, I guess, but I knew this soft and sweet Riley was not mine. He did it because he cared for the baby in my womb, not for me. Oh, did you run the pregnancy test? So I guess they all turned out positive. Dr. Clark smiled again. I didn't know her name yet, was too absorbed in the excitement of going to see Zoe, and didn't pay attention to her name printed on her door. Yes, we did. 6 of them, all turned out positive. Riley answered. He sounded so proud. Very good. So how long do you think you are pregnant, Mrs. Campbell? Dr. Clark asked me. We got married 1 month ago, so I guess 4 weeks or maybe 3, I answered. And you never had sex with anyone else before marriage? She asked. What are you implying, doctor? Riley interrupted with a little anger. No, doctor, I answered firmly. Well, okay. If it's 3 weeks pregnancy, then it's too early to tell, and I can't do an ultrasound for you. It might be a false alarm, Dr. Clark said. I'm sorry. What do you mean a false alarm? She is pregnant. She was even having morning sickness today. Riley raised his voice a little bit. Morning sickness doesn't always mean pregnancy. It could be a stomach flu or something else, Dr. Clark said. You must be kidding me. Then how do you explain the pregnancy tests? 6 of them. Positive. Hello? Riley got a little upset. Pregnancy tests aren't always 100% accurate or reliable, Mr. Campbell, but just in case, I will take a sample of your wife's blood today to check, Dr. Clark told Riley, and I could tell he was already pissed off by what the doctor said that I might not be pregnant. Take the blood, but let me tell you, my wife is definitely pregnant. I know she is. Riley was proud in his voice until the last part of the sentence. He turned to whispering to himself. Okay, Mrs. Campbell, could you please hold out your arm? I'm going to take your blood now, Dr. Clark told me. Though there was anger in Riley's eyes, but he still held my hand when the doctor was taking my blood. All right, you are all good now. The reports will be ready in 3 days, Mr. Campbell. Thank you for your time, doctor. Riley held my hand and exited the room right away. Let's go, Davina. Riley dragged me out of the hospital. The moment we got into the car, Riley finally let out of his rage. He was holding back with the gynecologist back there. I shouldn't have said thank you to her. That doctor apparently is an idiot. The hell of crap she can only spit out of her mouth, Riley shouted. And saying that you are not pregnant? Screw her. Of course you are pregnant. I know I am right. Relax, Riley. She didn't say that I am not pregnant. She just said it was too early to tell, I said softly to calm him down. What's so early? 1 month? We had sex the night we got married, and every day after that. Of course you are pregnant. I'm sure of it, he said firmly with pride and little anger in his tone. But you are not a doctor. I laughed at him secretly. Okay, I believe you. If you believe I'm pregnant, then you must be right. Forget about the doctor, okay? I don't even know her name, though. I tried to ease the tension in the air. I am right. You are pregnant. And who cares about that stupid doctor's name? A woman who doesn't bloody know her job. We're going to see another doctor next time. He apparently got mad at her. I somehow found him so cute at this moment. Okay, but we are not going to see another doctor now, are we? I need to see my sister, I said. Of course, I promised you. I know that's what makes you happy. Happy mother, happy baby. Riley was desperately getting out this place, telling from the look on his face, probably he would never come back here again. My mind was fully occupied with Zoe. I was so excited. It's been a month since I saw her last time. I never left her that long, and I hoped Leo was taking good care of her. If he failed that job, I would tear out his liver right in front of Riley. I didn't care. Zoe, my beloved sister, my most important family, my everything. Sister is coming. No, you can't do this to me. I want Zoe here, I complained to Riley when we came back to the castle. Yes, I can. And by the way, you are the one who wanted Zoe to stay in that mansion in the first place, Riley said, climbing the stairs so fast I was just following him. Yeah, the first month. Now we passed that, I argued. Nope, your punishment isn't over, so she is going to stay with Leo for another 2 weeks. But Zoe needs me, not Leo, I said. No, our baby needs you more. You better remember that. Little Peach, your life isn't about your sister anymore. Riley made his point in a strong way. I felt my heart sunk. Was it really? Because I felt hard to adapt the new role of being a mother, considering I felt nothing different. I couldn't feel anything moving inside my womb yet. So my mind worked exactly as the same as before. Zoe was my everything. But now, until he said that, and I started to realize I was more than Zoe's sister now. I was Riley's wife and a mother. And you have seen it with your own eyes. Leo is taking care of Zoe just fine, Riley added, after sensing my silence. Nevertheless, he was right. Leo did a better job than I thought he could. Zoe was happy there. Leo gave her everything she wanted, from dolls to books, and made sure she didn't miss the schedule of medicines and healthy food. I could still remember how excited Zoe was when Riley and I arrived at the mansion. My little sister just jumped over to me, and so did I. I was beyond happy to hug her back. At lunch, Riley couldn't wait to announce the news of me being pregnant, even though I kept saying that it was not 100% confirmed, but didn't stop Leo from cheering to the world that he was going to have a nephew. I felt the echo was still around my ears of him going to be an uncle, and the smile on Riley's face just told me that this was his real joy. We didn't spend long there. After lunch, I spent some wonderful time with Zoe in front of the piano, then talked a while in her lovely bedroom, knowing that she was happy here. I was relieved. The best 3 hours I had since my marriage. Then Riley and I took off from there. Zoe looked at me with teary eyes and asked me when I could come and visit her again. I looked at Riley, because I knew I had no say in this. When he told Zoe that she could come and live with us in 2 more weeks, I was so thrilled, and so was Zoe. I did try begging Riley to let Zoe come with us now, but he insisted that my punishment wasn't over yet and we needed more time together, which I did not know why. The only thing left was just another doctor visit for the pregnancy verification. And we tried getting to know each other during the past 1 month. Still didn't avoid us from fighting, and he even called me a prostitute. Anyway, there was no way I could reason with him. He was the one that always got to call the shots. And here we were, home sweet home, back in the castle, same missing sister me and same cold Riley. Or so I thought. I looked at the fancy bag sitting on the bed which Riley had carried along the way. "What's in the bag, Riley?" I asked. "Oh, this I almost forgot. It's a gift for you. Open it." Riley answered, gave me the bag as I looked at it. Seemed quite expensive, like something from one of those luxurious stores I never thought of entering. I opened it, the fancy box inside the bag. I opened the box, a diamond necklace. Oh my God. "I can't take this, Riley. It's too much. But thank you," I said, putting the necklace back to the box. Riley took off his jacket and tie, walking close to me, pressed his arms on my shoulders softly. "Why? You don't like it? You know I can exchange it to something else that you like. Maybe a bracelet, earrings, anything you like," he just said to me. However, I couldn't shake the word of prostitute. He once said to me, was this supposed to be some trophy of my work? My heart was filled with rage. "Do you buy expensive jewelry for all your prostitutes?" I let it out finally. "Excuse me." Riley put down his hands on me, frowned. "No. Why would you say that?" The look on his face almost got me believe that he never said that word to insult me. "Really? You forgot that you claimed me as your prostitute?" He just wanted to deny it all now, jerk. "Stop it, little one. You are forbidden to curse for the rest of your life," Riley ordered. "There we go, another ban, is it? So you are allowed to curse but not me. Why is that?" I argued. "Because you are pregnant with my baby, you say any bad words. The baby is going to learn," Riley explained. "That's ridiculous, so you get to call me a prosty." Riley shut me up by putting his lips on my mouth, silencing me in his own possessive way. I instinctively struggled to get out of his kiss and hug, but his weight kept me from doing so, especially when he gripped my lips inside of his mouth. I was so small in his arms. "You say it one more time, and you know what will happen, so don't," Riley warned me, eyes staring at me. 1 month time with him, I learned to read his eyes and surely knew when he meant a threat. He was going to postpone the time I got to reunite with my sister, for sure, if I didn't follow his order. "What will happen? You are going to keep me from seeing Zoe?" I asked, to see if my assumption was right. "Yes." So finally, he loosened his hug a little bit and gave me some room to breathe. The way he behaved right now just really confused me, because now he started to kiss my forehead, my cheeks, and back to my lips, leaving me in total shock. What on earth was this man doing? One day calling me a prostitute and now shutting me up with every part of his body to stop me from saying that word again. This behavior, ice or fire? I had a feeling he was going to put me through a living purgatory for the next 23 months. "Little one, listen to me. You can't say that again, okay? Because you are not that," Riley told me. "Not what?" I asked, teasing him. It was fun seeing him get lost in words one day. "You know, the word you couldn't finish. You are not that," Why do you have to push me to say it? He responded. He gave my heart butterflies with those sweet words. His apology was never the same as the rest of people I knew. His words had its own special way of healing me. Knowing that he didn't see me as a prostitute was already enough to me. I smiled, feeling his scent at my nostrils, the first time feeling comfortable with this intimacy with him. Okay. Not an official apology, though, but I'm happy that you said that. Thank you, I told him, smiling genuinely. You're welcome, little one, Riley murmured, stroking my hair and kissing my forehead. Finally setting me free of his embrace, Riley smiled and walked to the bed, took out the box from that bag again, opened it, and presented it to me officially. Come on, let me put it on for you. I collected my hair and put them on one side, showing my neck in front of the mirror. It was so gorgeous, that kind of huge diamond, quite heavy actually when I felt it around my neck, the shape of snowflower. Was it a token of love? This caliber of sparkling was something I never imagined of having. Wow, this really looks expensive. Why did you decide to buy me something so luxurious, Riley? I was feeling the icy, silky touch of the necklace and asked him, feeling so privileged at this moment. Because I can. You are a Campbell now, and it's not expensive at all. Riley looked at the reflection of me in the mirror. I saw the softness in his eyes. I figured right now it was the best timing for me to ask something of him. Riley, can I ask you something? I asked. Sure, what is it, little one? You said I'm a Campbell now, so am I entitled to enter the forbidden area too? I questioned. Nope, that is a no. The softness disappeared from his eyes. Why? So you didn't mean it that I'm your family? I asked. Riley seemed to have gone back to that cold face. Listen, little one, you are a Campbell because you are carrying my child, but not a Campbell to enter that area. He didn't yell or say it with anger. Maybe didn't want to raise his voice and get me mad. I was pregnant after all. He just didn't want to make it obvious that I was asking for too much. I got the intention of him not wanting me to get unhappy, so I chose to shut up. No point of arguing anyway. He was a man who was stubborn and never changed his decisions. But anywhere else, you are free to go and walk around, the garden, the music rooms, art gallery, the pool, library, all yours, he with a smile trying to break the silence. There's a pool and a library here? I gasped. Just how huge was this castle anyway? Yep, behind the lavender garden, library is downstairs, but you need to go all the way to the east building. Behind the garden? Isn't it the forbidden area? You just said I can't go there. I was confused. That was the Garden of Daisy. Behind the lavender garden, you are free to go anywhere you like. He was taking off his suit, his shirt right in front of me, really not awkward at all for him. I knew we had sex and all, but for the first time, I got a little shy seeing him get half naked just like that in front of me. You separate your garden by flower types? Seriously? I rolled my eyes. This man was into botany, didn't really suit his cold, ruthless image and outlooks at all. Yeah, why not? He put on his homey outfit. All right, little one, I have some work to do now. I'll have one of the maids take you there if you'd like, he said softly. No, it's okay. Don't bother the maids. I can find it myself. Okay, but don't even think about going into the pool right now. You know what the punishment will be if you let yourself and my baby catch a cold. You hear me? He ordered. Understood. Anything you say. I smiled, happily. He talked like the baby was already here and had magic to sense the temperature of the air I was breathing. I wished that I could have someone like Riley as my husband when the contract was over, but not the ridiculous rich part. Two rich people had one common problem, arrogance, and too hard to get into their hearts. But I would love to be with someone with kind heart like Riley, buried deep and in disguise. But his heart was soft. I saw it and I felt it. Okay, he left the room, he walked to his study, going, and gone from my sight. I walked to the closet and got something lighter and more comfortable on, took off the necklace and put it back to the beautiful box where it was placed, too heavy for me to wear it while I was home. Then I closed the door, went downstairs, came to the first floor. Forget the pool. What I really want to enter is the forbidden zone. Maybe I should check if the door has been removed from there. No harm to just try my luck. My subconscious somehow just couldn't resist the temptation of the forbidden zone. Call me curious cat then. I reached the Garden of Daisy in no time. I quickly went through the bushes and reached the end, and saw that gate was still there. This time, I went a little bit closer. Looking at the electronic keypad, I typed some numbers randomly just to see how many digits the passcode was. Verification failed. I saw the word showing up on the pad, so it was 6 digits. So glad. His birthday, maybe? I typed in, verification failed. Geez, I couldn't try third. I didn't know if he set up a security alarm if I failed the third time. Definitely someone else's birthday or some special date or something. Couldn't be his password of bank account, could it? That was 4 digits, something I didn't know of either. But how was I going to get Riley's palm print? Okay, let me see if I could shop a palm print copier online and get it while he was sleeping at night. Now I had to leave, in case one of the maids came and reported back to Riley again. Out of the daisy garden, I finally got back to my normal breathing system. I tried to find this lavender garden. Now that adventure was over. Might be good to roam around this beautiful place. I walked to the end of the yard. Maybe I could find the lavender garden there. I turned around, realized the castle was hidden behind the maples trees I just passed through. Always thought there was another house here. Now found out it was just another part of the backyard of the castle. Man, this place was huge. I saw 2 paths in front of me. Which path to be? I took the right one. I read it somewhere that women are always right. Funny about that theory, but soon I started to regret I believed in that theory. The road started to get difficult. Cobblestone covered with dead leaves, instead of clean cement road with beautiful maple trees alongside it. But it was only the beginning of autumn. The leaves were supposed to be green and alive. How come there would be dead yellow leaves on the ground? Nobody cleaned here? Compared to the beautifully mowed lawn and fragrant garden in the main building, this place seemed quite forgotten. I wasn't saying it was ugly, but the air gave me this feeling that it was kind of cold, quiet. I did not find the lavender garden. I found a jasmine garden, white ones, at the end of the cobblestone road and a small house beside it. Guess someone really loved flowers. But this house beside it, wow, this sacred door, another forbidden zone, didn't look like one. The door was not locked. It was actually a fancy house, could tell from the door. Red wood, metal knocker. This castle had a lot of metal locks, but also quite advanced electronic locks too. Old school, modern, or just some infatuation into totems. I saw the wolf head print on the knob again. I pushed the door slightly. Hello? An empty house. I turned on the light. It was a little dark in there. Not a house, I realized, just a room, a big room, because there was no bed, just a red couch near the wall. More like a storage place, but with a small window and the white curtains. Not bad, compared to the curtains in my bedroom with Riley. And the fancy door. Why would someone spend so much money on decorating a place like a storage room? Moreover, quite clean inside, no dust, so there was someone who would come here quite often. Who would that be? I saw a lot of books on the shelf, some paintings on the wall, paintings that we used to draw with crayons while we were kids, beautiful butterfly kites on the floor, small cars, toys, a football even. So was this house for the kids, or a kid of one of those maids who worked here? But this was for a daughter, a son, or both. Then something caught my eye. The paintings had name on it. I saw Riley. Just how many secrets were there in this castle? So this place didn't belong to one of those maids. But the childhood of Riley? I sat down on the couch, feeling so peaceful. It was very comfortable couch, soft. I looked at the light, not luxurious, but beautiful. Then I saw something on the bookshelf, instantly attracted me. 4 boxes, red wood boxes. I stood up, approached, and saw names on those boxes, perfectly carved on the metal locks attached to it. Riley, Leo, Nathaniel, Aurora. Who was Aurora? So these 4 boxes belonged to Riley and his brothers and Aurora, someone beautiful I presumed, judging from the name. Would she be the owner of the butterfly kite on the floor? I opened the one with Riley's name on, because the other 3 were all locked. A full box of envelopes. A letter to my dearest Riley, 12/03/2008, 04/23/2009, 05/13/2010, 12/03/2011. No more? Reading this words on the cover and the timeline had me gasping. Then I saw the signature of the sender, Daisy. So this woman named Daisy was writing letters to Riley for 4 years, every single day. Amazing. 2008, 2011, she didn't miss one day. But then ended in 2011. What happened then? Who was she? His ex-girlfriend or something? Or even ex-wife? I tried to see if I could find something else, and I took all letters out on the couch, and a picture dropped out. What was it? Without hesitation, I picked it up from the floor. I was astounded. I lost my words. It was the woman in the portrait, the one in the forbidden zone, but why were there two of them? I looked at the photograph in my hand. I felt that I saw two twins. I was sure the left one was the one I saw in the portrait of Forbidden Zone. Her deep ocean blue eyes and curly golden blonde hair kind of imprinted in my mind. But this picture clearly was taken when she was a couple of years younger. But who was the one standing next to her and holding her arm like they were best friends? Except for the hair, she got a little darker brown hair, and curly wave wasn't that big either, but their face features were. God. Like twins to me. Especially the rosy cheeks they both got when they were smiling. With that white gown they both wore, gosh, two princesses. But apparently this one was way younger, couldn't be older than 18. She looked way too gorgeous and young, even younger than me. I flipped over, trying to see if there were names written on the back, but there was nothing. I put the photograph back to the box and tried to find any clue in those envelopes. But after opening hundreds of them, they were all open yet empty, nothing inside. So it had to be Riley. He must have read all these letters, but either he threw them away or hid them away afterwards. Just what secret was it that made him trying so hard to keep hidden? This Daisy, could it be one of the two girls in the photograph? And really meant that much to him? The same like the Forbidden Zone. Hang on, Daisy. Garden of Daisies. My assumption was maybe that was it. Daisy was the woman in the portrait. I knew it sounded absurd to connect a person's name to a flower, but I had no other way to put all these together now. Okay, just call her Daisy for now. Couldn't call her the woman in the portrait always. But the more I found, the more I wanted to dig deeper. Was she dead? Or both of them were dead? Or alive? I knew Daisy must be related to Campbell family, but now this other girl next to her, questions in my head just kept piling up. Maybe Riley's dead girlfriend? And which one? God, I was so evil could be his alive and well ex-girlfriend or even ex-wife. Riley was so good in bed and all, experienced, made sense. I put all the envelopes back to the box and wished that I could open the other 3 boxes to see if there was any clue in there. Maybe there were not just envelopes in the other 3 boxes. Maybe there was something else that could help me to solve this puzzle. I sighed in disappointment. Looking at my watch, almost 1 p.m., I widened my eyes. Geez, I gotta go. Riley would yell for me everywhere if I missed the lunchtime. I put all 4 boxes back to the shelf and quickly closed the door, got out of the place. Ran back to the Daisy Garden, which was closer to the main building. I would be in big trouble if Riley knew I went to that secret small house and went through his secret box. My lady. I heard a sudden voice yelling for me from the back. I was standing there, pretending to be playing with the flowers and taking selfies. Yes, Lorraine, I answered as if I had been staying in this garden all along. My lady, Mr. Campbell is waiting for you. It's lunchtime, she said. Okay, tell him I will be right there. Just a few more minutes. What I had in mind was to try those 6 digits again on the door to the Forbidden Zone. Maybe it had something to do with the date of the last letter in that box. It ended on 12/03/2011. But this woman was just impossible. No, Mr. Campbell said now. I said I am coming right after you. She really annoyed me. No, my lady, you shouldn't let your husband wait for you. You have a duty as his wife. She just talked like my boss, just added more of my dislikes for her. But Riley had made it very clear when it came to me, aka his temporary wife and his loyal maid. So if I refused to go with her right now, Riley would be upset with me again, and history would repeat itself, and I definitely did not want another round of punishment. For the first time, my subconsciousness started to think rationally and managed to bear this unbearable woman. Put my phone away. I followed Lorraine to leave. As I kept turning my head to see the gate in front of the Forbidden Zone, Lorraine also kept looking over her shoulder to see if I was indeed following her. I hated her tone when she told me to follow Riley's order, as if she was the one who made those orders. Master, we found Mrs. Campbell in Garden Daisy. Lorraine led me to the dining room. Okay, you may leave now. My cold husband was working on his cell phone as usual, head not looking up. I pulled a chair near Riley. He didn't look up. Tell them we are ready now, he ordered Lorraine, eyes still focused on his phone. Yes, master. Lorraine exited the dining room. It surprised me that Riley had been waiting for me for lunch. The soup came up. I picked up the spoon, started to have lunch on my own. Riley apparently was preoccupied with his work and had no time to look at me. I was used to it, having meals alone even when I was not sitting alone in the room. As Riley was eating, my mind went back to the photograph I found earlier. Who was Daisy? It kept spinning in my head. As I was drinking my soup slowly, didn't realize Riley had finished his work and started speaking to me. So, little one, where have you been? If only Riley could go on a business trip somewhere, so I could have enough time to wander around the place and try the passcode, see if I could unlock the gate to the forbidden area. Yeah, that would be the best. I could search for some other places for the missing letters in those envelopes. Little dove. Yeah, and I could see if I could find anything about the girl in the photograph. I never met any beautiful girl in this family since day one. Hey, Davina, are you listening? Huh? I felt Riley's finger on my hand and pulled me out of my trance. I saw the concern in his eyes. You seem quite contemplative. Is everything okay? I couldn't let him suspect me. Yeah, I'm okay. I was just thinking about something I saw earlier. So I decided to be half honest with him. What did you see? Lorraine said she found you taking photos in Garden Daisy. Are you into photography? Lorraine, of course, really my nightmare. Yeah, sort of. Just some selfies with your garden. Daisy is always beautiful, isn't it? I couldn't believe that I was so good at lying now. It is, but if you are interested in photography, why don't you create an album for your pictures? Riley said. An album? What do you mean? I asked. Didn't see that coming out of his mouth, that he actually took it seriously. It's sort of Campbell family thing. We record our lives, journals, paintings, photographs, anything that carries our memories should stay in this house. So it was a tradition. No wonder I found those boxes with names on them and letters inside. AKA, I found Riley's memory box. This just got more and more interesting now. So that name on the box, Aurora, must be a family member of Campbell. Wow. Fascinating, but I am not exactly a family. I am only your temporary wife for 2 years, remember? I said. Of course you are a family. There came a new voice entering the dining room. Nathaniel? I haven't seen him since the wedding. Were you eavesdropping? I frowned. Ooh, no, I'm not doing that. Just heard the part enough to know my brother was right. You are a family. Nathaniel said, pulled a chair next to Riley, sitting right across me. So, Riley, why don't you order a memory box for her too? Size small would be enough, he suggested. Size small? Those memory boxes came with different sizes? The ones that I saw in the mysterious house were all big and heavy. Yes, enough to hold your memory for the coming 22 months and 3 weeks. Nathaniel stated. He was literally a younger version of the creepy Riley, I was sure. Could he be more specific? 22 months and 3 weeks. The solid tone he had made me believe he actually believed that I would record my life every single day in this marriage. If the baby was a daughter, then no heir. The contract would be terminated. Or one day, if I died in an accident, the contract would be terminated too. Or one day, Riley could get upset with me and kick me out of the house. Nothing could be permanent. Riley created the contract. He could also terminate it. Let me make a phone call and have them deliver the box by tomorrow so she could start using it, Riley said. Hang on. You want me to put my memories in a box? In a house full of maids who get access to it? No, thank you. I started to like the idea of having a box of my own, but thinking of the annoying Lorraine could open it, I got hesitated. Oh no, that's not going to happen. I'll have them create a specialized lock for you with your name carved on it. Only you will have the key, not even me, okay? Riley looked at me seriously and stated, Good, but what if I don't have anything to put in the box? I asked. You have to. You are a Campbell now. Doesn't matter if you're temporary or not. You follow our family tradition. Nathaniel answered me. Yes, Nathaniel is right. Didn't you just take some pictures? Those can do. If not pictures, then drawings or your journals. Anything that you like. The box can't be empty. I don't know how to draw. The pictures I took aren't that pretty either, and I don't have a habit of writing down my feelings every day. I was just trying if they were going to spill more family secrets or there were some other family traditions. I'll get a professional camera and a printer for you if you want, and get a teacher to teach you how to draw if that was your interest too. I'm going to order a box for you now. Would you like the lock to be made in gold or silver? Riley being Riley, of course he wouldn't let me win in any discussions. I'm fine with whatever, I gave in. Let me order a journal and a sketch pad for you just in case. Riley murmured. The serious looks on both of their faces made me believe that this family was actually not that bad. At least they valued memories and me. Riley and Nathaniel started to talk about business after lunch. I knew it was my beat to leave and go back to my room. I had to digest the whole idea of having to record my daily life in this castle and put them in a box, wondering if Riley would have a spare key, and one day he would find out that every day I was doing in this castle was just digging into his family's secrets. Right after I exited the dining room, I heard Nathaniel asking a question which made me pause my step and decided to eavesdrop. How come is there a gate behind the garden? Davina went there one day by mistake. I had to do something to keep that area locked up. Riley said. Yeah, but you also locked me outside. I need to see her. Nathaniel got a little upset. I'll put you in the security system later. Davina caught me off guard. I didn't have time to tell you. Riley whispered. What the hell was that? So Nathaniel got authority to get in, and this whole thing was only just against me. And what was Nathaniel saying about need to see her? Was he talking about the woman in the portrait? Or was there another secret room attached to that place, and someone living in there that I wasn't aware of? And what the heck with the passcode and palm print thing? It's too damn much, Nathaniel complained. I can give you the passcode. Palm print is merely because of Davina. She's a busy Snoopy cat. There's no need to bring her into something that's none of her concern, Riley said. I was so mad. Busy Snoopy cat? Hearing Riley say that about me, I somehow had a feeling that he had installed mini cameras in this castle and had been spying on me all the time. But he was right. I would not give up until I found out about the truth and the secret they were hiding. So please let Nathaniel repeat the passcode louder so I could get it too. I had no clue how Riley decided the word concern, but it seemed he had decided for me that being locked out of a place where I lived was not my concern, especially when I was the only one that was prohibited to enter. So the passcode didn't change. Cool. 2 more weeks away, you got the gift ready? Nathaniel asked Riley. What did he mean the passcode didn't change? Somewhere else was using the same passcode as the forbidden area? The only place I saw a similar gate was Riley's piano room, so did it mean there were secrets there too? What did Nathaniel mean by 2 more weeks away? Someone's birthday? Anniversary? Celebration. Gift for whom? My head was filled with millions of questions. Sure, I remember. We'll meet here. I got a bigger bouquet of Daisy to accompany her tombstone this year, Riley said. So it was someone's death anniversary. But whose? I'm guessing Daisy. It was just so obvious. Garden Daisy and bouquet of Daisy to visit someone in a cemetery every year. Someone that both Riley and Nathaniel loved very much. All these information were enough to lead to my logical assumption, but they didn't mention to go with Leo. Why? If my assumption was right, that Daisy being their mother, they should go all together. I heard the chairs clacking against the floor. I had to run. Couldn't risk letting them find out I was eavesdropping. Are you all right, Riley? I asked Riley, who was sitting on the couch with his knotted brows and gloomy face. Ever since last week Nathaniel's visit, the gloom never went away from his eyes. Yes, I am, thanks, he replied with his cold tone, not even looking up at me. I wonder what exactly it was that bothered him so much, or was it something I did that upset him again? Your husband is always this cold and serious. What's new about it? My subconscious told me. No, he's not always this quiet. I had seen his soft side, his caring side, and even sometimes his charming side. He'd laugh with me and tease me over the time I spent together with him. But not like this. Even when he was upset with me or something else, he'd say it, yell at me or argue with me. Never had he shown this silence and gloom. Could it be related to the death anniversary he spoke about with Nathaniel last time? I sat down on the couch next to him, grabbed his hands, trying to be there for him. He pushed me away, stood up, and went to the bed, sat there with back against the headboard, legs stretched. I went to close the door of our bedroom. I knew something wasn't right. Did I do anything that upset you lately? I walked towards him, stood by the bed, looking at him. Did you? He asked. I don't think so, I murmured. Then why did you ask me? He said, because you are upset. I can feel it, I said. Oh yeah? Do you also feel that you are annoying? Riley complained. Will you tell me what's getting you so gloomy? I asked. Nope. He grabbed a magazine on the bedside table and started randomly going through it. I sat down on the bed facing him and took the magazine from his hands. Tell me, I asked with eyes looking straight at him. Why? Give me one good reason. Now he turned back to that cold, ruthless Riley. Because I'm your wife, I smiled. Right, my purchased wife, my temporary wife, which is expendable at any moment I get tired of you. Moment like right now, he replied. So you admit that something has got you upset? I ignored his harsh words. I learned how he expressed himself from our arguments over the time. If I do, will you leave me alone? Okay, message received. Whatever gave him this mood was definitely serious. He had never shown me this level of coldness ever since our marriage. This made me want to know him more. No, I can't leave you alone, and I will not. Good and bad times, remember? I vowed to God when I married you that I would be with you through thick and thin. I pulled myself closer to him again, placed my hand on his face, and stroked his hair softly. He grabbed my hand and put it down. Well, I didn't mean my vows, though. Fake marriage, fake wedding. You don't need to keep your words either. Now get out, he stated harshly. My heart ached at his words. He was so rude to me. But I knew he didn't mean those words, and I couldn't walk away from him when he needed me. He was the husband God gave me, and I must be faithful and loyal to my vow. Besides, he was more than my husband. He was also my boss, a boss who paid me $1 million to cure my little sister. He was my savior. So paying him with kindness was not only the right thing to do, it was also something that I had to do. It was my job to make his money worth its value. No, I will stay. You are in your bad mood now. I won't take your angry words personally. You can forget the vows you made with God. But I cannot. I'm not leaving you. I raised my voice, believed I made my point. You really are delusional, aren't you? I said, get out and give me back my book. He took the magazine back like a naughty kid taking back his favorite toy. I looked at him. I had no anger. I just had pity. I wanted to cuddle him. The sad look on his face, I felt he was just a lost child in front of me now. It must be hard to be alone all the time. Maybe that was the problem for those super rich people. They were all alone. I went close to him, took the magazine away from his hand and put it aside on bed, wrapped my right arm around his waist and let my head rest on his chest. I just wished to let him know that he was not alone. I rubbed his chest softly to see if I could let him calm down a little bit. Stop touching me. Riley held my hand on his chest and tried to break free from my cuddle. No, I will not. I'm your wife. I can touch you. I want to touch you, and I have every right to touch you. You are the one who gave those rights to me when you decided to marry me. I said. Yes, right now, you successfully made me regret that decision. I told myself that he didn't mean any of his harsh words. He was not thinking clearly. It was his wrath that compromised his head now. He never said that. Never. Yep, but what's done is done, right? You got me here. Now you have to live with your decision. I told myself the best way to get him open up to me was to ignore his emotions, guide him towards my path, instead of falling into his trap. Remind me again why I selected you to be my wife. Why did you? I asked you so many times. You never told me. Can you tell me now? I tried to stay strong after hearing his even more harsh words. Just shut your mouth, would you? He ordered. I could feel the wrath in his stomach moving around with my ears sticking on his chest, glad he had no intention to get rid of my hug anymore, so I hugged him harder. If you don't want to tell me, how about telling your son? He's right inside of me now. He's your family, right? Riley finally looked at me. I looked up to meet with his eyes, too. My son? You don't even know if it's a boy, he said. Boy or girl, it's your baby, your family, right? I said. But how can my baby hear me? He's only 1 month in there. I was so glad I finally got his attention. He cannot, so you can speak to me, because the baby and I are one. I smiled. You just don't give up, do you? He looked at me with a cold eye. No, I said. If you are a family, then you should know when I want to be alone, he said. No, a family won't leave you alone during your bad times, I told him. My family will respect me and let me have my own space, he said. Family should know better that what you need is just a hug. I hugged him harder again. My family will not touch me when I said no. He reached his hand to my hand, trying to push me away. Family should know that love touching helps calming your mind so you can feel better. I started to rub his chest. My family also know when to shut up, Riley snapped. Family also know how to talk you into letting out of your emotions and do good to your soul, I stated. You are not my family, end of discussion, Riley said. I am. I can be your family, Riley. I know the baby will only come into our lives in another 9 months, but give me a chance to be your side. I promise I will be your ears, your shoulder, your always supporter. I may not be a big help if you have problems with your business, but I will try my best to be the best and rightful wife for you. I will prove it to you that you didn't make the wrong decision of marrying me. I told him with my hands holding his and with my true heart. Do you have any idea of what promises you just made? Those are quite heavy words. You sure you can uphold them all? Riley had no idea how much worse life had been to me. I have survived even bigger monsters than him. But I shall not tell him that. I meant it to be his best wife. Of course I can. I meant what I say, Riley. I won't break my promises, I said. And there we go again. When will you shut up? Riley complained in his teasing tone. When you start to talk, I answered. Riley took a deep breath, sighed. I laid my head near his heart, listening to his heartbeat, while my both arms cuddling him around his back. I wanted him to feel he would always have me, and then he finally opened up to me. It's my mother. I miss her, Riley said in his deep, sad voice. I instinctively tightened my arms around his waist. And where is your mother? I asked with tenderness. She's gone. It's her death anniversary next week. I could feel the grief and despair in his voice. I'm so sorry. Would you like to talk about her? I looked up at his eyes and saw the softest eyes I had ever seen since I married him. There was deep love in there. She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. I saw a smile slipped into his mouth. She loved all her children. She was the mother that made us all believe that we were her gifts from God. She taught us happiness. She taught us what's real family. If one thing I would believe in this world like the sun rises every morning from the east, that would be her, Riley told me. You must love her so much, I said with all my heart. I loved my mom. I missed her too. But Riley's words made me realize he was a man of deep love. Maybe his soft part came from her mother. I really wish I could be loved by him that way. But I was nothing compared to his gorgeous mother. I was reminded of the big portrait I saw in that forbidden place, her queen-like aura, her deep blue eyes, and the perfect curls of her golden, shiny hair. Yes, I did, and I still do. She's the woman I love the most in this world. I thought she would always love me, until the day she left me. I heard his almost sobbing voice in the last sentence. I reached my hand to his face and stroked him. Hey, don't say that. She loved you, and she always will. She didn't want to leave you. Do you want to tell me what happened to her? I was 18 that year, and an accident, and... Riley couldn't finish the sentence. I could feel how much pain he had gone through. I sat up to hold his head. Hey, I'm really sorry. It's okay now. You are okay. I'm here. I didn't know if this stroking his face thing was something his mother used to do with him. I felt at this very moment, I got his heart open up to me completely, and he was just a small kid in my arms. I was so afraid to see her face in the cemetery alone. I always have my brothers be with me. You must think I am a coward. His tone was filled with bitterness. Why would you say that? I never think of you that way. I think you are just a boy who lost your mother so young, and you did such a great job to turn out to be a strong big brother and even run such a successful business empire. Your mother would have been so proud of you. You mean that? You really believe that she would be proud of me? Riley looked at me in the eye. Yes, I do. I really do. I said with my firm voice and sincere eyes. I held his hands tightly just to make sure he could feel that I really meant it. Then come with me to her cemetery. She'll be happy to meet you, Riley said. Yeah, sure. I mean, now I want to see her right now. Riley held my hand and stood up from the bed. Now? It's late, Riley. I started to feel he was crazy. I checked the time on the clock and it was 7 in the evening. You just made me a bunch of promises, 10 seconds, and you want to break them already? Riley held my hand tight. Okay, but is it far? Maybe by the time we reach there, it'll be midnight already. Her grave is here, we'll just walk, Riley answered. Wait, here? You buried her here? Creepy enough. Maybe he just loved her too much and wanted to be close to her, even after her death, I thought. Yes, hurry. Are you afraid? Or you just don't want to go? Riley tried to pull me off the bed. No, not afraid. I'm going. I came off the bed and went to my closet to grab a jacket and got my shoes. I walked out of the closet. Riley was already ready and waiting for me at the door. Let's go, Riley said and took my hand, headed for cemetery. Wow, this is a little chillier than I imagined. Just how far is it? I pulled my jacket a little tighter. Starting to regret my decision to follow him to a grave visit in the evening. I agreed to him because he was acting like a vulnerable kid, and I was excited to finally see his mother and get to know more about his family. But cemetery is never my favorite place. Reminded me of the gloom and grief whenever I visited my parents. Here, we are getting there in a minute. Riley unexpectedly took off his jacket and put it on me, then pulled me close and held my hand. Wow, never knew he could be such a warm husband. It turned out he let me go through the same forest area I passed through the other day, tress on both sides, but it felt so much creepier and quieter in the evening. I heard nothing but the rustling of the leaves. I saw a thread of sunlight casting through the leaves, as if it was going to shine its last light before it set. It was orange light and even a little bit red. Gorgeous. But after that, all I could feel was the chilly breeze coming inside my bones. I held Riley's hand tighter as the sun finally set and the sky turned dark. I was afraid of darkness. Then we came to the place where I was the other day, 2 paths, left or right. Riley took me to the left as I took the right turn the other day. I got curious. Something was the same, though. The marble road, a long one actually, led me to a quiet, large, open green grassland. Tall cedars, goodly pines, I understood the reason he chose these 2 trees. Forever green, forever protector, the perfect symbol of eternity. I was amazed by the fresh air in this place. I took a breath, as if I could smell the early roses blooming silently. The light fragrance was cleansing my mind. Stepping on the soft grass, I felt it was like a golf court. Such a broad place. If the castle where we both lived in was the luxurious front gate, then this was the backstage where all secrets were buried. With the remaining sunset shadow casting through the trees, everything was so peaceful. Riley led me to the cemetery, which was at the deep end of the green grassland. I saw a clean road, actually super clean, stone road, with approximately 10 tombstones standing on each side of it. I felt something sacred was here, and never knew a cemetery could be made this grand. I saw the tombstones lining up, all well reserved, all carved with the last name of Campbell. But I didn't have time to read those names, considering Riley clearly had no intention to introduce me to his ancestors or relatives. He just led me straight to his mother. It was a white tomb, compared to other smaller dark brown tombs beside it. This one was obviously so much more important, telling from its looks. Wide, with the cross on the top and steps in the front, daisy flowers leaning against the tombstone. I could tell how much effort Riley had put in to maintain this cleanness and elegance of this place. Riley stopped right there, holding my hands even tighter. I looked at the name carved with black ink on the tombstone. Daisy Elizabeth Campbell, 1970-2011. Beloved mother and wife. I looked at the picture embedded in the tombstone, and I saw her again. I finally got my answer. The woman in the portrait of the forbidden area. The woman in the picture I found in the secret memory box. The woman who wrote letters to Riley, Daisy. It was his mother. Here we are, Davina. Meet my mother, Daisy, Riley said. Hi, Mrs. Campbell. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm Davina, I said in front of the gravestone. Mom, this is my wife, and she is pregnant. Mom, I'm going to be a father soon. If only you could be here to see your grandchildren. Riley almost squeezed out his last sentence in between his sobbing voice. I looked at him, noticed some tears gleaming in his eyes. Hey, do you need some privacy, Riley? I asked softly. Yeah, thank you. But don't go far. Riley let go of my hand and said gently. I went a few steps away, watching him kneel in front of his mother, with his sad, teary eyes looking at her. I felt my heart suddenly lost its beating rhythm, seeing Riley like this. The Riley I knew was in existence like a royal highness prince. People knelt before him and never the other way round. But now here he was, kneeling before his beloved mother, lowering his head, like a kid waiting for his mother coming home, a mother that was never coming home again. Riley loved his mother, very deep, but the confusing part was, why did that kind of love need to be kept hidden and locked in a forbidden area? I wondered what was in his head at this moment, until I saw a line of tears falling down his cheek. At this moment, I felt something invaded my heart and stopped me from breathing. A warm stream flowing through my vein, an urge that I wanted to wipe off his tears. I saw my husband. He was kind, he was soft, he was hurt, he was caring, he was capable of big love. He showed his softest part to me, meaning he trusted me. Was that called love? Because all I wanted to do now was to rush over to him and cuddle him tight, to tell him that I cared for him, and seeing him mourn like this really pained me. I just stood there, watching him have a moment with his mother. After a while, he stood up, turned his head, and looked at me. I met with his gorgeous eyes, smiled at him, just wanted to know that I would always be there for him. He handed out his one hand to me without saying anything, gesturing me to get over. I walked towards him, held his hand. He took my hand, and then wrapped his arm around my waist. Mum, thank you for giving me such a good wife, Riley said. I turned my head looking at Riley with my confused look. I guess he could understand my confusion. He meant to say that I was a gift from his mother? You always ask me why I married you. It's my mom. She guided me to select you as my wife, Riley said. Really? That's so sweet. Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. I spoke to the gravestone. Time to call her mother, little one. Riley held my waist tighter. His words touched my heart in a way I couldn't handle because I was about to cry. Thank you, Mom. Now I officially cried. I had lived without a mother for too long, now in Riley's arms, knowing that he actually saw me as a family and calling his mother as a mom, all that meant too much to me. And thank you too, Riley, for giving such a high praise to my job as your wife. I looked at Riley and said to him sincerely, today he said a lot of things that I had been longing to hear, which completely conquered my heart. He used his other hand to organize my bang on the face. He looked at me in the eyes. You are more than a wife to me, little one. You are my friend, my best friend. And my only thought in the head was that I wanted to kiss him for that word. Officially, I finally knew how I felt about him. I was in love with him already. Riley's POV, Davina Evans. I looked at her file in my hands over and over again. She left like a proud wind. I laid my fingers on the green eyes on her profile picture. Her face kept flashing back into my mind. Her cherry lips, her sharp tongue, her innocent smile, her gorgeous hair. I never admitted to her, but she was really beautiful to me. I saw her walk in with her confident chin up, then failed miserably after a round of interrogation from my brothers and me. Yes, mainly me. She somehow found a way to let me see how special she was. Maybe her fearless eyes, maybe her harsh attitude. I didn't know. Something about her just triggered the softest part in my heart. Because honestly, the moment I met with her incredibly beautiful green eyes, I knew she was the woman I was looking for. I always imagined to have a woman like her in my life, not like those vulgar women and gold diggers around me, but sincere and innocent. Along with her beautiful face and tough personality, it was everything I wanted in my wife. In the beginning, I only saw her as a charity case, that she would never be a marriage material, considering she only had that limit of education and didn't know how to fit into the rich people's lives. But after I heard her reason of coming to the interview and seeing the love she had for her sister in her eyes, I somehow felt jealous. I wish I could be loved like that by someone like her. Ever since Mother passed away, I never felt that kind of deep love again. That's it. She's the one. I found my wife. Even after she left my office, I felt my heart incomplete and wasn't able to concentrate on other candidates. The interview was finally over. I asked my family which one they preferred among all the candidates. There was only one name kept spinning in my head. Davina. Davina. Please say Davina. But somehow my sanity kept trying to convince me Davina wasn't the right one. She was poor, she was from low class, she knew nothing about socializing or business. I was close to be driven mad by my conflicting heart and mind. I like the one with the green eyes. Her hair is beautiful. The girl has spunk. Leo liked Davina. I already noticed during interview, which was not a bad thing though, meaning Davina was even closer to be selected as my wife. Leo's right. That girl has fire, which is not a bad thing. Not many girls dare to speak to you like that, but her background, though, could be a problem. Poor and with no parents to support her, a little sister with leukemia, marrying her may bring a lot of dramas. I wouldn't pick her as your wife. Maybe the red-haired one just graduated from Stanford, at least high educational background, Nathaniel stated. Any other girls you see fit, Nate? I asked him. Yeah, that tall girl, like a model, Veronica, was it? She looked good standing next to you, Nathaniel answered. No, Veronica was damn arrogant. I like Davina. She's sweet, like a peach, Leo said. Oh, come on. Your girlfriend is working in a supermarket and you suddenly know how to pick the perfect wife? Nathaniel threw his disdain at Leo. Oh, shut your mouth. Emma is perfect and she will come with me to the Christmas party, Leo defended his girlfriend. Yeah, poor Emma. Maybe only her could be a sucker to your kinky taste, Nathaniel retorted back. Leo rolled his eyes towards Nathaniel. These two always liked arguing with each other. All right, that's enough talk about Emma. Dad, what's your opinion? I interrupted their fierce discussion and turned my head to my dad. Nathaniel got a point. Jessica got a good educational background and could be a good helper with your business. Veronica does have the outlooks that matches you in your parties and balls. But if you want a loyal housewife to take care of you and have children for you, then Davina is your best choice. But remember, son, she might have disease one day as well and leave you alone. That could be a problem. My father's words made me vulnerable and touched my heart. Yes, Davina would be the perfect choice. I was so glad my father saw the bright side in her as I did. But he was also right that one day I might lose her like the way I lost my mom. So I managed to remember two more other ladies' names on my notebook, Jessica, Veronica, and Davina, as there was one more person I needed to ask. My mother. Chapter 29 Confession. Riley's POV. I asked Leo to accompany me to the cemetery. I simply just didn't want to be alone. I brought a bouquet of roses to her, knelt in front of her grave, and told her how the interview went. I read her the three names on my note. I knew I wasn't going to get an answer from my mother, but when I read Davina's name, I felt a warm breeze kissing my cheeks as if it was my mother whispering at my ears with Davina's name echoing in the air. I got her answer. I didn't know if it was magic or it was because of myself, yelling out Davina's name in my heart too loud, and I suddenly felt resonated with my mom. Immediately, I called Nathaniel and had him cancel the interview of tomorrow and that I had no intention to look at any more candidates. I already found my wife. You actually already knew the answer, didn't you? Leo asked. I was silent. My stupid ego didn't allow me to admit that I was drawn to Davina. Come on, you knew Mom would say yes as long as it's someone you like. I saw the way you looked at her, Davina Evans. I knew it, Leo said, which surprised me. He knew me more than I thought he did. Yes, coming here was only a lie, something to convince me that I made the right choice, and the voice in my head was what my heart longed for, just finding a reason to let me feel less guilty for choosing a girl I liked over a girl with a stronger financial background. You are right. Let's go and see her. Tell Nate and Dad to get ready. I need to go pick up my wife. I said to Leo without wasting any more seconds. I couldn't wait any longer to see her again. Now I had lived with her for almost 2 months, and Davina was proving to me every day that I made a right choice. I was rude to her. I yelled at her. I insulted her. Even during sex, I was never gentle to her. No matter what I did or what I said to her, she remained by my side and kept her smile with me. Her caring and loving heart gave me the love and warmth that melted my heart. She was my best friend, She was the best wife. And sometimes I even felt that I didn't deserve such an innocent, kind girl to be my wife. I hated the fact that she had to leave me in less than 2 years. I didn't know what I would be without her. She made me complete. You idiot, why don't you ask her to stay forever? The contract is always open for changes, and it's under your control, isn't it? My subconscious slapped me for being so dumb and arrogant. She was small, she grew up poor, true. Yet she possessed such a big heart, being such a tiny person. She was so strong, and I was even stunned by how strong she was when it came to some difficult situations that even I felt tricky and tough to go through. Yet she did it. She survived it so easily. And her body, God, she was so soft and sweet. I enjoyed it a lot whenever she jumped onto my back and crawled to my chest. It felt so good when she held my hands and stroked my hair. I loved kissing her lips and her blushed face whenever I got close to her. She was not the first woman I had in bed. However, she was definitely the first one I loved making love to. I finally realized there was a big difference in between. Because she was more than the best sex partner, she made me complete in every other way too. The way she held my hand and be there for me when I visited my mother's cemetery, and how she made those romantic promises to me that she would always be a good wife and friend to me. Piece by piece, she made her way right into my heart, and I was afraid that one day she would own it completely and made me so vulnerable. You know that she's been a perfect wife to you. Then what are you waiting for? She needs you right now. You heard her crying? You should be a good husband to her as well. She's all alone waiting for her sister's surgery, and you are sitting here and doing nothing? My subconscious tended to come out and gave me a hard slap whenever I was thinking of Davina, and that how I have wronged her. Her sister Zoe's surgery was scheduled for next Thursday, so I said yes to a company in Serene Country that was interested in investing in the Blue Earth project we launched lately, which was significant in making our corporation the biggest real estate empire across the East Coast. Father pushed a lot of pressure on me and made it clear that it was a big deal and that I had to get it done at any cost. But I never imagined the surgery on Zoe would be moved ahead of time, and now it was going to happen tomorrow. But my important meeting was also tomorrow, and I just got here after an 8-hour flight, for God's sake. I was confident that everything would go smoothly like I planned because I had arranged the perfect hospital and doctor to operate on Zoe. I thought I wouldn't care to leave Davina alone at home to wait for the surgery to go through. But I was wrong. When I heard Davina crying on the phone and her trembling voice, I could feel her fear, I could feel her loneliness, and that she needed me. Something must have happened, or the doctor wouldn't make the decision to operate on Zoe ahead of time. I panicked. I couldn't ease my mind hearing Davina crying like that. She had been so strong, and her smile had been literally her face and symbol to me after this whole time I had known her. But now she was willing to show her vulnerable side to me. I hated the fact that left her alone in the hospital and acted like I didn't care as usual to hurt her feelings. I realized I was such a jerk. Then go, you fool. The meeting can wait. What the hell are you going to do with the stupid money without her? She needs you, and don't you dare forget to have your lawyer terminate your marriage contract. You'll be damned if you let her go. I heard the voice in my head echoing so loud and over again. In no time, I picked up my phone and called my assistant to reschedule the meeting with the CEO, Mr. Graham. But sir, the news of the cooperation of our two companies has been released to the press. If we cancel it right now, the cost will be huge, my assistant told me. What? Who did that? I didn't order you to that. I was mad. Sir, it's your father, Mr. Campbell's order. I was beyond mad hearing the shocking reply. Now I had to stay? Right when I was in hesitation, there was another call coming in. Dr. Clark, Davina's gynecologist. Hello, is this Mr. Campbell? Yes, doctor, I answered. I was annoyed about the meeting thing. Your wife's pregnancy result has been out. What is it? I asked anxiously. I couldn't wait to know. Riley's POV. Congratulations, Mr. Campbell. Your wife is pregnant for 5 weeks now, Dr. Clark told me. Thank you, doctor. I'll let her know. I hung up, still processing the exciting news. My instincts were right. I felt my blood boiling, knowing it was officially announced that I was going to be a dad. Now I couldn't afford to wait another minute to fly back home and tell her this amazing news. I made up my mind. I need to go home. I found the number of Mr. Graham and phoned him. I figured I should apologize to him for having to cancel the meeting. Because I need to leave now, so I could make it and be there for Davina when she was waiting outside the OR. She was now everything to me. My wife, the mother of my child, my family. And I couldn't allow myself to let her cry alone and bury herself in endless, hopeless waiting and fear. Hi, Mr. Graham. I'm sorry to call you at this hour, but I'm calling to apologize that I'm afraid our meeting tomorrow has to be postponed, I said sincerely. I'm sorry? I dropped everything in hand just to have this meeting with you, and already spent $30 million in the land, opening, and investigation of your Blue Earth project. Now you are telling me you want to cancel it? Mr. Graham was super mad on the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. I didn't mean to cancel our cooperation, just to postpone it. Something important happened to my wife and I have to go home immediately. We can discuss the details some other day if you allow me to reschedule the time with you. I apologized again. I thought you are trustworthy, and that's why I chose your company to be my partner. Guess I was wrong. There will be no cooperation between us. The work has started and I can't pause it. I will find a new partner who can do the job properly. Mr. Graham hung up immediately. I knew I provoked him, and I knew he would react harshly. But I'm not changing my mind. I could only think of Davina right now. Nothing would work if I couldn't be focused on business anyway. I knew myself. In no time, I grabbed my things and checked out the hotel, grabbed my car keys, and rushed to the airport. But 4 of my guards showed up, stopping me at the gate. My assistant Haley came in the middle and said, "Sir, I'm afraid you can't leave just yet. Your passport is with me, and your father would like to speak with you." She handed me her phone. What do you think you are doing, Riley? I could feel his wrath from his voice. I need to go back, Father. Can you please give me back my passport? I always showed my respect for him and never talked loud. No, you are not. You never disappointed me. You always do the right thing, son. Now apologize to Mr. Graham and tell him that the meeting will go as planned. My father ordered me. He raised his voice in the last sentence. I'm afraid I can't obey you this time, Dad, I said. This is because of the woman you purchased back home, isn't it? Mr. Graham told me and I refused to believe it. Now tell me that it's not true. My father got angry, and so did I. Hearing him say that of Davina, I was mad. Yes, it's for her. I have done everything right by you the whole life, Father. Now I'm going to do the right thing by her. She needs me. I raised my voice too. You stupid. She's not worth it, son. She's an expendable woman you bought with merely $1 million. Now you are risking the reputation we spent our lifetime to build just for a woman you only know for. Not even 2 months. My father shouted at me now. He barely shouted at me in my memory. Yes, I'm stupid and she is worth it. You married Mom out of love, but what did that get her? She still died because of you, and I lost Mom because of you. Now Davina is the mother of my child, too. I'm going to do the right thing by her. I'm going to pilot my private jet if you don't give my passport back. See if you like it when I get arrested. I threatened him. I knew he would be hurt hearing me say it, but I had to say it. I had these words and my wrath buried in my heart for years. You. I heard one word from my father, and then the phone got disconnected. I gave the phone back to my assistant, Haley. She answered another call and then gave me back my passport. I rushed to the check-in counter, booked the nearest flight. My head was full of pictures of Davina's face and her teary eyes. I couldn't sleep tight. For the first time, I felt a flight in a first-class seat could be this long and excruciating. Finally, I landed. I rushed to the hospital in no time. After getting the information from the reception desk, I quickly ran over to the OR. I arrived at the hallway where one lone and beautiful figure waiting outside. My poor wife. I walked slowly towards her. Seeing her holding herself tightly and head down with her frustration, I felt an ache in my heart. Looking at her trying so hard to keep herself strong but also couldn't help but fear, I quickly ran over. All I could think about was to protect this fragile yet strong girl in front of me. I wasn't going to let the world harm her anymore. Once my shoes showed up in front of her and laid my hand on her head, stroking her hair, she finally looked up. "Hey, little peach," I said. Riley's POV. She looked at me with those sad eyes, tears gleaming inside. I never saw such beautiful eyes crying before me like that, which touched my heart deeply. She was so helpless and vulnerable. I saw her tears running down her cheeks. I couldn't help but reach out to wipe them off, and then tasted them on my finger to show her that I'm right here now and that I can share her bitterness. I'm here now. I said that right after I swallowed her teardrops. Only then did she get up and hug me tightly, as if I was the savior that saved her from a long time drowning. I could hear her sob on my shirt. "I'm so scared, Riley." I hugged her tightly and rubbed her back, kissed her head to let her feel better. She clutched my shirt so hard, which made me even more sorry, and realized how much she needed me. "You dick bastard, idiot!" I cursed myself in my heart. How could I be so cruel to her before? "She's the mother of my child, for God's sake." I held her up and then went to sit down on the waiting couch, let her sit on my lap and cling to my neck. She had been in a strain for too long. Now she had me. I wouldn't let her suffer or shed another drop of tears, ever again. "You are guilty because she's carrying your child. You never cared for her." My subconscious came out to fight with my heart again. But this time, I knew it for sure that my subconscious was wrong. I could hear my heart now. It definitely was not because of the baby. It was because of her. Yes, I had married her for the baby, but not anymore. Not now. She had made me need her so badly, and when I held her, I realized that I wanted her more than the baby. Yes, I was in love with her, and I hated myself for realizing this fact this late. I was willing to do anything to make it up to her, to protect her, and bring her happiness. "Zoe is gonna die. She's gonna leave me, Riley. I'm so afraid." Davina couldn't stop her tears. "Hey, don't say that, Davina. Your sister is going to be fine. We got the best hospital, the best doctor to help her. She'll make it." I comforted her and held her tighter against me, wiping her tears. "I know you are lying to me. She's been in there for so long. She's gonna leave me. Just like my parents, I'm cursed. Everyone leaves me," she sobbed. Her teary eyes ached my heart. "Why would you say that, little dove? No one is leaving you, and you are not cursed. I will not allow you to speak of yourself like that again, okay?" I was angry when she thought herself as someone not wanted, as something with bad luck. She cried harder hearing me say that. I immediately pulled her closer and let her bury her head in me. She wrapped her arms around my neck and let out of all her tears and emotions completely. "Shh! I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have raised my voice, but I won't leave you. No one is leaving you. Just hold on to that, okay?" I soothed her back while murmuring that softly at her ears. She then showed me her broken bracelet and said, "Look, this is the bracelet she made for me. She told me she'll always be with me like the bracelet. Now it's broken. It must be a sign. She's leaving me." "Davina, it's just a bracelet. The hooker is getting rusty and not good anymore. It doesn't mean that Zoe is leaving you. Once she's recovered from the surgery, she'll make you a new one because she loves you and she won't leave you. The surgery will be successful. I promise." I reassured her and kissed her forehead, trying to make her feel better. "Should I trust you? Your promise?" She had one more line of tears rolling down her cheeks. "Yes," I said firmly, looking at her eyes while I was wiping her tears. "No, I know you are just comforting me. If she leaves me, I'll die along with her," she said. "No, you are not leaving me. You are carrying my—" I almost slipped out and told her that she was carrying my baby, and I would never ever let her do anything reckless. But I understood that she had too much on her mind now. She wouldn't be able to digest the pregnancy news. "What?" She was waiting for me to finish my sentence. "I'm saying you are carrying the hope of both yours and hers. When she wakes up, she's going to need you by her side. I'll send her to Royal Academy of Music. You said she loves piano and violin, right? She'll have a beautiful life ahead of her. I promise." I decided not to tell her about the baby now. She burst into happy tears upon hearing me say that. "That's a beautiful dream, Riley. Thank you for saying that to comfort me. I wish Zoe could have a life she always wanted, just like you said." She hugged me, but she only thought I was just giving her some empty words. "These are not just words. I mean it. It's my promise to you and to Zoe. I said. Right at this moment, the OR room got opened and Dr. Henderson came out. Davina rushed over in no time. Doctor, how was the surgery? How's my sister? Congratulations. The surgery went well. She's okay now, but she's still very weak and needs a lot of rest before her full recovery, the doctor said with a smile. Davina almost fell if I didn't hold her tight. The relieving news totally took her last ounce of strength. She cried out of relief and happiness. I felt at this moment I loved her so much, and I was deeply touched seeing the way she loved someone was so strong. Really? Really, doctor? My sister is okay? Davina was still shaking. She couldn't believe it. She kept asking the doctor for confirmation. I could see the radiant smile spreading through her face. Yes, Mrs. Campbell. Your sister is okay. You can come and see her tomorrow. Henderson smiled and reassured her again. Davina quickly came back to arms and celebrate with me. She couldn't stop her smile now. She was too happy, and I was happy too. Thank you very much, Dr. Henderson. I shook his hand with all my gratitude. Thank you so much, Doctor. Davina bowed to Dr. Henderson before the doctor left. I walked her to the windows outside of the ward where she could see Zoe. She put her hands on the glass windows and burst into happy tears. I held her from the back and let her know I was there for her. She held my hands and turned around, said the sweetest thing to me. Thank you, Riley, for being so kind and staying here with me this whole time. I appreciate it. Of course, I'll always be here with you. You are my wife. I wish I could say that to her. Yeah, sure. You're welcome, I said, holding her closer and stroking her hair. By the way, aren't you supposed to be in Serene? Why are you here? She asked. For you, I'd fly across the globe and swim across the ocean. I wish I could say that to her. Oh, it's canceled. So I came home. Aren't you happy that I'm here? I said to her. Yes, I am. She blushed again, giving the sweetest smile I missed so much. I'm in love with her, incurably in love with her. Davina. I entered Zoe's room, watching her lying on the bed. Her skin was pale like a white sheet. Tears came into my eyes again. I saw the lines on the ECG machine monitoring Zoe's weak heartbeat, and other machines hooked with her body in case Zoe had any post-operation side effects. I walked slowly towards her bed. Riley never let go of my hand. I was so grateful that he could be with me through this. I slowly walked towards her bed, didn't want to wake her up, stroke her hair, and held her small hand. I couldn't help but cry. My sister's back to me. I felt Riley's arm around my shoulder. Why are you crying? See, I wasn't lying. I told you she'll make it. I reached to his hand on my shoulder, looked at him in the eye. Yes, you were right. One drop of my tears landed on Zoe's hand, and I felt her finger just moved. Then I saw her eyelids fluttering before I finally met with her gorgeous green eyes once again. I felt my body was infused with new blood right at that moment. She would never leave me anymore in the future. Hey, Zoe, it's Davina. How are you feeling? I stroke her little cheek, my heart beat faster. Davina. Hey, water. Zoe was still very weak. You want water? Okay. I nodded my head and quickly got one glass of water for her. Riley helped roll up the bed a little bit to let Zoe sit. I placed the glass near Zoe's mouth with my one hand cupping her jaw in case the water came out. Zoe was in a hurry. Apparently she was thirsty. Easy, easy. Let me help you. I saw her eager to hold the glass with her hand, which probably didn't have any strength to hold a glass at the moment. I saw her swallow the water down her throat. I just couldn't get my eyes off of her now. So do I need another surgery, Davina? Zoe asked me this question, which allowed me to learn that she had been through a lot of pain. Her eyes told me everything. No, Zoe, you're okay now. The doctor said your surgery went successfully. All you need right now is rest. I held her hand. Really? I'm normal now? The excitement and joys in Zoe's eyes melted my heart. Yes, yes. I stroked her face and reassured her with happiness. Riley sat beside me with hand around my shoulder. Does that mean we can go to Disneyland and the beach? And she's like a little girl. Wherever you want to go, Zoe. I smiled at her. Brother Riley, would you go with us? Zoe laid her eyes on Riley, which surprised me. She just called Riley brother like that. And what surprised me more was that Riley was happy to hear her calling him that. Yeah, sure. If you two like to go, I'm happy to accompany you. I looked at his eyes again. Maybe it was another perfunctory words he used to say, but but all I saw was his sincerity and even some doting affection. "You are finally going to school, Zoe," I said to her. "I am." I saw a new life in her eyes. "Absolutely. The best music academy, you ready, little sister?" I couldn't believe Riley could get so sweet all of a sudden and even called Zoe little sister. Wow. And it surprised me that he really meant that by sending Zoe to music academy. "I thought you were just kidding," I looked at my husband. "When did I ever lie to you? I already had someone work on the registration preparation." Then Riley looked at Zoe. "Would you like to sign up for piano or violin?" Riley totally gave me butterflies in my stomach, let alone Zoe. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. I get to choose? Riley was about to speak, and a familiar voice along with some footsteps came in. "Look who's finally waking up." Leo came in with his big smile and big hug, followed by a beautiful girl behind him, holding a big bouquet of roses and a cute teddy bear. Riley and I stood up to greet them. "Hey, Leo?" Zoe hugged Leo back. Then Leo presented the teddy bear to Zoe. I could see them two had become friends after the 2 months' time living together. The girl gave the roses to Zoe. "I'm glad you are okay, Zoe." "Thank you, Emma." Zoe apparently had already known her for quite a while. I instinctively assumed the girl was Leo's girlfriend, who often came to visit Leo and thus made friends with Zoe. "Hey, little Peach, how've you been doing?" Leo greeted me. Somehow, I didn't feel any annoyed this time hearing him calling me little Peach. He's been so kind to Zoe, I was grateful. "Thank you, Leo, I'm doing great. Thank you for coming," I said. "Sure. When did you become so polite to me, little Peach?" "Ha ha. Let me introduce my girlfriend to you. Emma, this is Davina, my sister." I could see the happiness in Leo's eyes. "Hi, Davina. I'm Emma. Very nice meeting you. I've heard so much about you." Emma held her hand out to me with her warm smile. I liked this girl already. And also because I never met any ladies since I married Riley, normal ladies that I could talk and make friends with. I meant those creepy rude maids in that castle didn't count. "Hi, Emma. Very nice meeting you, too. Thank you for buying gifts for my sister. I appreciate it." I saw Leo walk my husband out of the ward and whispered to him. I couldn't help but eavesdrop. "Nathaniel couldn't come. He's still dealing with the case you left in Serene. Father seemed sad." "What did you tell him?" Leo questioned Riley. "Davina was crying. What was I supposed to do? I had to come back," Riley answered. "But we also lost $90 million we had put into the Blue Earth Project. I know that Davina had made her way into your heart, but you were never this irrational for anyone," Leo said. I couldn't believe what I just heard. Riley came back from Serene for me and lost $90 million for me? "She's more than just someone in my heart. She is my heart. I love her," Riley answered. I felt my heart stop beating at this moment. Riley loves me? I felt loved. 24 hours ago, I remember eavesdropping on the conversation between Riley and Leo outside Zoe's ward. I heard Riley saying that he loved me, which shocked me. I never thought that someone like Riley could actually fall for a poor and less than an ordinary girl like me. Never thought the man that I loved actually loved me too. I was about to walk over to hear it from him personally until I saw his face turn gray in the coming second. "Yeah, but you also put Dad into hospital for that." "Brother," Leo responded Riley. "What?" Riley gasped. "Yeah, he got heart attack again. You know that he never got fully recovered since Mom left," Leo said. I heard their conversation, learned that Riley came back from Serene just for me and provoked his father for that. I was touched that he loved me so much that he would even abandon $90 million for me, but I was also guilty. His father was now in the hospital because of me. Riley took off right away and left Leo to come to me to explain. I was worried. But according to Leo, he didn't want me to worry, considering Zoe just made it from her surgery and she needed me. I felt my tears blurred my vision instantly. I had Riley wrong this whole time. He was never a monster. I was. For judging him just by his cold face and words instead of trying to walk into his heart. I cared too much about what things he kept hidden from me and how much money and reward I could get from him. But the whole time, he turned out to be the one that was looking after me. "Please, Leo. I have to go. I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but he's been there for me when I needed him. Now he needs me. Let me be there for him." I begged Leo to take me there. He was touched by my tears. Glad Zoe had Emma to be with her at the moment. So I kissed Zoe's cheeks quickly and said thank you to Emma, and quickly got in the car with Leo. When I arrived at the clinic, the place was severely secured. 2 guards at the entrance to check our IDs. Apparently, it's families only. Leo told them I was his sister-in-law, and they let me in before I had to cry and beg for it. I sort of came to realize that Riley's father never considered me a family. Otherwise, those guards wouldn't be specially instructed that I was not allowed, the contract girl, according to the term they used on me. I rushed inside. I was eager to see him. I reached the ward, shocked to see it was not just Riley in there. A beautiful back in front of my eyes I couldn't believe. The silky, shiny blonde hair was already breathtakingly beautiful, added to her slender back and model-like waistline. Who was this? She turned around, and I saw her face, really looking like the girl I saw in that photo. Hey, Davina, what are you doing here? Riley heard my footstep and approached. So, this is my little sister? The beautiful blonde girl asked Riley while wiping off her tears. Did she call me little sister? When did Riley have a sister? Hi, Davina. I'm Aurora, finally meeting you. Pleasure. Aurora? The name I saw carved on one of the secretive boxes. I felt so small among them. They were all so tall. This gorgeous lady named Aurora standing in front of me, wanting to shake my hands. I looked at her slender, snow-white skin, quickly rubbed my hands against my clothes first. Couldn't contaminate that kind of princess-like hand. Hi, I'm Davina. Nice meeting you, too. I looked at her eyes, and God, she was so beautiful. I turned my head to Riley. Riley, She's our big sister, Aurora, Riley answered. Oh, I'm honored, and really sorry about your dad. I know it was my fault. What? No. Aurora answered weakly. Her delicate voice made me feel sorry. The bloodshot in Aurora's eyes made me know how much she loved her dad, but I was wondering why nobody told me about her. Riley grabbed me over, and apparently he didn't want me to speak to Aurora for that much. Hey, come here. Who said it was your fault? Leo got Riley's iMessage and went inside the ward with Aurora, leaving me and Riley alone to have some privacy. Riley walked me down the hall and found an empty ward to talk to me. Why are you here? He closed the door and questioned me, locked me in between his arms and the door. I heard your conversation with Leo. I looked at him in the eye. You shouldn't have eavesdropped. He immediately put down his arms. A hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Oh, I did. What are you going to do about it? Now knowing that he loved me completely took away the fear I had for him. How much did you hear? He asked. Everything, I said. He took a step back with some awkwardness on his face. Riley, why didn't you tell me that you came back from Serene for me? Do you think I would be happy when you had to make sacrifice for me? I asked. My heart was filled with guilt. He looked at me straight in the eye, but I could tell that he was hiding something from me. Get over yourself. Someone kept crying on my phone, which was so annoying I had to shut her up, he said, again preserved an appearance of nonchalance. I was touched, actually. The more he tried to lie, the more I saw his true heart. But I knew how to get him to talk. All right, I didn't know that my tears had such power over you. Thank you, husband. I walked closer to him and tiptoed to hug him, hooked his neck. I felt his hot breath at my nostrils. He didn't say a thing, but he hugged me back, putting his hands on my waist. But please know that I am also guilty about the money you lost and about your father. No, our father, I said. I wanted him to know that I was sorry. You know what? Your tears were just super annoying. And I'll tell you what, you didn't get me lose the money. I just didn't like that guy in Serene. He's a total douche. So stop saying that you are sorry, because I didn't do it for you. He put on a face indicating that I was just being stupid. But I knew this was his pride speaking instead of his heart. I knew him too well. I just watched him acting with me, enjoyed the affection in his eyes despite all the cold words he threw at me. I found it cute. I went closer to his nose and captured his lips with my kiss as I murmured, "Okay, no more saying sorry. Then how about I say, I love you?" He finally put away his smirk and kissed me back. I felt his kiss and opened my eyes, asked him softly, "How about the part when you said you love me, or you want to deny that too?" I kept kissing him right after my question, didn't give him time to say no. Riley cupped my chin and gave me a smile. "Oh, Davina Evans, you petty little thing." Then he gave me another kiss, only this time I could feel that he gave in. He gave up fighting and being in denial. I could see it from his loving eyes. I smiled back. We both reached a peaceful agreement in our hearts. He didn't want to say it, but I already heard from the way he looked at me at this very moment. He grabbed my legs and lifted me up. I naturally hooked his waist and held his face with all my love. He carried me until my back was against the wall and kissed me badly. I told myself to enjoy the kiss with him, but then I realized we were in a hospital where his father was still in a coma. I stopped him. No, 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 this isn't right. We aren't supposed to kiss in the hospital. Father is still unconscious." He put me down, stroked my hair and cheeks. He wouldn't mind. "I forgot to tell you, you are pregnant, little one." "You got the pregnancy report? Really? Oh my God!" I covered my mouth as my tears of happiness ran down my face. "Yes, we are going to have a baby. I told you I'm right." He hugged me closer to his heart and stroked my head. His tone sounded so soft. I was drowned in the happiness at this moment. Next thing I knew was that he opened the door and held my hand and led me out of the hospital. Couldn't believe it. He didn't even say goodbye to Leo or Aurora. He put me into his car, and I saw him text Leo. "Are we not going to say goodbye to your sister and Leo? It just seems rude," I said while he was buckling my safety belt. "What are you going to do there? Father won't wake up and speak to you anyway. Plus, I have something more important to do," he said. "What is that?" I asked. He didn't say a thing. He only gave me a loving eye and then hit on the gas pedal. Soon we arrived home, and he carried me to our bedroom right away. The feeling was like the day I married him, and he had to carry me all the way to our room. Only this time, he was my husband, my beloved man indeed, my one true love. His lips were all over me the moment he closed our door. I tiptoed, didn't want to wake him up. Closing the bathroom door carefully, I turned on the shower and let the warm water soothe me. Feeling my every pore was open, I let out a long breath. I could feel my hair was getting softer, my skin got silky, and even my face got smoother, or it was just all in my mind. What nurtured me wasn't the warm water or the smooth body shampoo bubbles. It was his love, his kisses. I closed my eyes, but stiffened as two hot arms encircled my waist from the back. I relaxed immediately, knowing that it was Riley holding me from behind. "Ah, didn't mean to wake you up," I said. Can't let you shower without me." He kissed my shoulder. "Can you believe we went so fast within 2 months of time? How did that happen?" I murmured. He turned around and stood in front of me, let himself get into the shower and wet his hair, held my chin. Because you, little dove, is totally obsessed with my irresistible charm," he put on a gloating face. I smiled and pushed him away. "Oh, you narcissist, I'm not obsessed with." But he pulled me back right away and shut me up with his possessive lips. I was lost in his kisses again, with water showering on our heads. I got super wet. "Will you tell me the story about your sister now? Why did you never bring her up?" I asked him. I figured I had to fit into his family. I wanted to know everything about him. Riley immediately turned off the shower. "I didn't want you to know, because I didn't want to scare you off." He put away his smile and showed a serious face. "Well, try me." I was curious, what could possibly happen to Aurora that could scare me off? "Well, now you are pregnant. I was about to tell you about it anyway. There's a curse in this family. Are you ready to hear it?" "What curse?" I felt a chill crawling up to my back. "First, let me get you out of here. Can't let you get cold, along with my little baby boy in you." "How do you know it's a he?" "Maybe it's a she," I said. He smiled, grabbed a towel to dry my hair, and soon covered my body with a robe. Then he carried me up into his arms. I was held like a princess all the way to our bed. Then he said, "I know it's a he, and this is the curse I need to tell you." He grabbed the hairdryer, let his fingers play with my hair softly, the first time he dried hair for me himself. After that, he held me from the back and pulled me closer to his chest. "You saw Aurora, so you knew. My mother had a daughter before she had me, Leo and Nathaniel. And that was the first time over the last 2 centuries of the Campbell family for having a baby girl as the firstborn. My grandparents couldn't tolerate that. In their primitive head, they wanted a baby boy to carry down the family name. But my father saw her as the apple of his eye. He would do anything for her happiness, he said. Then what happened? If your father loved her, why was she not in the house and living with you guys? I got so into the story now. Then years later, Aurora turned 16. Of course, she was too beautiful to be left unnoticed. Too many men came to propose in the house. Wow, but she is an angel. I've never seen a beautiful woman like her. But isn't it normal and a good thing that so many men wanting to pursue her? I asked. Well, to my father, those men were just into her beauty and business needs. No one could love her more than he did. He loved her too much and didn't think anyone would deserve her. My father became more and more protective of her since then. He had one personal maid following her 24/7, more than 4 bodyguards with her wherever she went. No one got to touch her or spend time alone with her. Wow, that must be suffocating. I believe that it wasn't easy for Aurora. I felt sorry for Aurora. Aurora hated it. The only time she got to be alone was the time when she was in the bathroom and sleeping. Then I presume she must have taken a lot of long showers, I murmured. Yes, you are right. What, really? I was surprised. My amusing assumption was actually true. Yes, I'm not kidding. There was one time when she took a shower for so long, around 4 hours, that her maid thought she committed suicide in there. My father had a long talk later with Aurora regarding her long hours in the bathroom. Aurora cried and begged for some freedom, but my father rejected her and even grounded her inside the house. But didn't she have school? I asked. You know my father could just get her teachers home, right? Riley sounded a little proud. Jerk. Yeah, you are rich, but that still suck. She deserved a normal life, to have freedom and go to school like everyone else. I kind of felt Aurora was a lot like me, lived under the ruling of the crazy Campbell men, and no freedom at all, although I did fall in love with Riley. But Aurora had nothing back then. That's why I love you. You are just like Aurora, brave and craving for freedom. His words got my stomach full of butterflies. I felt my heartbeat accelerating. What did he say? I turned around my face and looked at him. What did you say? His soft eyes met with mine, and he answered me with a deep kiss. What are you doing? Stop it. I crawled over the edge of the bed. He soon followed and held me and whispered at my ears. Don't you know that I just enjoy teasing you? I turned over and faced him, kissed his lips. Tell me, how did Aurora end up leaving the house? Well, my mother ended up fighting over Aurora. You see, Aurora likes piano. She wants to learn piano at home. In the end, my father agreed to have a piano teacher at home for Aurora to have a little bit of happiness. He did that because he loved my mom and afraid that my mom would take Aurora and leave the house. Wow, just like Zoe. But then Aurora should be happy in that case, I said. She was happy, a little bit too happy, actually. She surprised us all because she ended up falling in love with the pianist and even got pregnant with his child later on. Riley sighed in the last sentence. What? I was stunned. Yeah. Of course, my grandfather got mad and perceived that as a big shame of the family. My father threatened he would kill that pianist. They, in the end, kept it a secret, but Aurora chose to elope with that guy when she learned that father wanted to get rid of the baby out of her. She eloped? Wow, brave girl. I admired her courage, I said. After Aurora left, my father was lost. He blamed my mother for that, and they ended up fighting every day. In the end, my father ended up having an affair with someone else. Riley gritted his teeth when he said the last sentence, and I could somehow see a hint of anger in his eyes. It must have not been easy to forgive his dad, I supposed. I can't believe this. Your father, our father, had an affair? I mean, who could be more beautiful and perfect than your mother? I asked. Yeah, life is full of surprises, little dove. He didn't fall in love with that woman, though. I believed my father only loved my mom, but that mistress was not just any woman, he said. Who's that? What'd she do? So it was only sex between them. I was drawn to the family dark secrets. Something like that, but you'll never believe the name I'm going to tell you. Riley's smirk made me more curious. Tell me, who is that? Do I know her or something? I met her somewhere? I sat up to wait for his answer. Lorraine, he answered. I gasped, almost puked, I could say. Disgusting. Lorraine? How is that even possible? That bitch! I flatted out instinctively. Shh, He put a finger on my lips to shut me up. Then why the hell is she still in the house? Get her out of here, I whispered, but let out of my anger and disgust. This was way too ridiculous. Because she taped their sex section and threatened to expose it to the public. After my mother found out, she asked for divorce. But my grandfather disapproved that. My family couldn't afford that kind of big scandal, so my mother left in tears. I saw the tears gleaming in Riley's eyes. I got close to him and gave him a hug. Oh, I'm so sorry. I rubbed his back. That's my family, the darkest secret I never shared with anyone in my life. I was too ashamed to tell. My mother left when I was 18, and I just couldn't find her anywhere, and I hated my father so much for hurting my mother like that. I could hear him sobbing. Shh, it's okay. I'm here. You are okay now. I stroked his hair to let him feel better. He showed his soft heart in front of me, which made me love him so much. That's the curse in my family. We are just not a family that's meant to have a girl in the house. They showed no mercy to girls. Yet my father cheated on my mother and caused my mother's death. It's already 21st century, yet my family still think with their ancient, stupid, stubborn skulls. I know, but you are different, Riley. You are a good person. You have compassion. You have love. I'm sure your mother would be proud of you, and I'm sure our baby will have all the love from us, I said to him. He held my face, on his face written of determination. I saw the love in his teary eyes. He said to me, and I promise you, our baby, I don't care if it's a baby girl or boy, I will grant it happiness, the happiness that everyone would crave for in the world. I believe you, Riley. I know you will love our baby. I kissed him deeply. I won't let what happened to my mom and Aurora happen to our baby, or you, I swear, he swore. I trust you. I know you won't. I was just showered in happiness at this moment. He already made me cry. And you will stand by my side from this day until the last day of your life? Can you promise me on that? He asked me. You mean no contract? Be your real wife? I asked. No more contract. If there is one, it will be that you are going to stay here for 100 years and give me more babies. He captured my lips and then kissed my cheeks. 100 years? Deal. But you owe me a wedding, sir. I smiled with tears. He smiled too and kissed my forehead, held me tightly. Absolutely, I owe you one. Once the baby is born, we'll have one with our baby. What do you say? He suggested. Brilliant. Let's do that. Marry with our baby. I love you, Riley. I hugged him with all my heart. I love you too, Davina. 8 months later. Riley's PO. Riley, help me, please. I heard my wife scream of pain as her water just broke. It was 1 week earlier than the due date, and it was midnight now. We sat in the back seat of the car. I cuddled her in my arms, kept wiping off the sweat beaded on her face. I panicked, I admitted. I called Leo to get everyone to the clinic to stand by. I held Davina's hand so tight to give her strength, but the way she screamed really ached my heart deeply. We arrived at the clinic finally. I hurried and carried her inside in no time. I was so scared to see the blood coming out of her. I was so afraid. I was afraid that I was going to lose her. Father Leo, Nathaniel, Emma, and Aurora, and her husband Phil, all waiting there. I insisted on going in there to be with her during the labor, as Davina didn't want to let go of my hand. In the delivery room, I kept comforting her by kissing her face, and never for a second did I let go of her hand. You're going to be okay, honey, I told her. Am I going to die? She asked with tears. No, don't say that. You are okay. You will be okay, I promise. I stroked her hair and wiped my tears. You never lied to me. I believe you. And we even have our baby named and, oh, our wedding ceremony planned, right? She held my hand and asked with her weak voice. I could see her losing her strength. Yes, we are going to have our wedding soon, and you promise that you will be with me forever, and we are going to have more beautiful babies. I burst into tears looking at her pale face. Yes, our beautiful babies. Davina closed her eyes. I felt her hand letting go of mine. I shouted, No, you are not leaving me, Davina. Open your eyes. My sweat and tears soaked my shirt, and I felt my heart was bleeding, and it was hurting like hell. Doctor, do something, I yelled. Can you see the baby's head? The doctor asked. Not yet, doctor, the nurse said. The position of the baby was right in her exams. What happened? The nurse said. No. The mother is losing her strength. The natural labor won't work. The baby will die from loss of oxygen, too. The doctor walked to me. Mr. Campbell, please calm down. Your wife is not dead. She's just too tired and lost her strength. Please give us the room. We have to operate cesarean on her and get the baby out of her immediately. The nurse then shut me out of the delivery room. I broke down. I fell to the ground and couldn't stop crying. At that moment, I had never felt terrified like that in my life. My father came to me and helped me to get up and walked me to the chair. Son, get up. She will be okay. Your mother had 4 kids. She survived every time. Don't worry. Father patted my back. I had no strength to talk. My heart stopped beating. I felt my blood stopped flowing. My body was so cold. I couldn't help but tremble. True fear was racing through every inch of my body. The door got opened. I rushed over. How is she, doctor? I asked. I'm sorry, we've got some problems. The mother is now bleeding a lot. Mr. Campbell, can you tell me who to prioritize? The doctor asked me. What? What is that supposed to mean? I want them both alive and well. Do you hear me? I got mad. Sir, I understand. I will do everything I can, but you need to tell me who to prioritize. There is no time, the doctor urged me, and I could only see Davina now. I wanted the baby, but without Davina, there was nothing. I want my wife. Save her, I said. But Father stopped me right away. Are you out of your mind? We need the baby. Then even Nathaniel spoke up. Absolutely. It's a baby boy you already know, and you married her for the baby in the first place. I rushed over to Nathaniel and seized his neck immediately. Shut the hell up. You don't know anything. Say one more word and I'll kill you. You got me? Leo came over to get me off of Nathaniel. Calm down, brother. He never saw me this mad. Yes, yes. Nathaniel got timid. After all, I never got mad at him like that in my life. He was always just my little brother. Sir? The doctor urged me. Save my wife. Do as I say, I answered. The nurse gave me the agreement, and I signed. Never in my life had I been so scared, but then I realized how much I loved her. I couldn't live without her. Aurora and Phil came to me. Aurora held my hand and calmed me down. She stroked my hair and said, I know how much you love her, brother, but believe me, she'll make it. You need to stay strong for her. Thank you, sister. I smiled at Aurora and hugged her. I appreciated it so much that I had her with me right now. Phil tapped my shoulder and said to me, Bro, I know how you feel. Trust me, you've made the right decision. Love is priceless and worth the sacrifice. Phil was the man I always perceived as someone who ruined my sister's life and tore my family apart. In my proud mind, I never respected him for real. But somehow, I suddenly understood why Aurora eloped with him and gave up everything for him back then. He understood how I felt. He could relate my feelings, exactly explained perfectly that he loved Aurora just like the way I liked Davina, and that I honored. All I had left was waiting. I didn't know how many hours had passed. Father already fell asleep, Emma slept on Leo's laps, Aurora slept in Phil's arms. I, however, didn't dare to even close my eyes. I swore if Davina made it through, I would give her all the love I could. I would love her with my life and never give her any sorrow or let her shed another drop of tears. God, please let her live. I can't live without her. I prayed to God. Finally, the light was off. The door got opened again. Doctor, how is she? Did you save her? I asked urgently. Everybody woke up and came over. Congratulations, guys. She is safe, and so is the baby. We managed to take the baby out, but the mother is quite weak at the moment. She needs plenty of rest and can't get off bed in 10 days. But for now, you can visit her, but please be quiet and one person at a time. Everybody relieved. Thank you so much, doctor. The nurse held the baby out. I held the baby boy for maybe 3 seconds. It was too soft, and I was so afraid it would fall. I handed over to Aurora. They were all happy looking at him. I held Davina's hand right away. I could only see her now. Her face was ashen. I could see no blood in her. Her hand was so cold. If it was not because I heard her weak breath, I really could think that she was already gone. I asked everyone else to go back home, while I stayed and chose to be with Davina. Sitting beside her was the only place I could find peace. I held her hand and finally able to get some sleep. I felt someone was stroking my hair. I dreamed of Davina waking up and looking me with her beautiful green eyes, and I kissed her. I was so happy. I opened my eyes and realized it wasn't a dream. Davina did wake up. I finally met with her eyes again. She couldn't speak or get up. I kissed her hand right away with my smile and tears. Hi, baby. I wanted to pass some warmth to her hand. I got up and kissed her forehead. You have no idea how scared I was, baby. Thank you for coming back to me. Then I kissed her eyes. She looked at me with love and smiled. She was currently speaking to me with her eyes, but I could read. I love you, baby, I said to her. She didn't have strength, but her lips said it out. I love you. We both burst into tears. I kissed her lips, once, twice, another one, a deep one. She was the most important person in my life now. 1 year later, Davina's POV. It was a beautiful evening. Christmas. I loved Christmas. Bella, come over here. Now give Jackie a kiss. Aurora yelled for her daughter Bella to give my baby boy a kiss. Jackie is so beautiful. Bella was so sweet to say that. Aw, thank you, Bella. You are so sweet, I said. Do you know how amazing you look right now? Aurora told me. She was always so sweet, although I never thought I could be beautiful like her. But it was so good to see one big family reunion together in this spectacular evening. Thank you. Aurora, you've always been this sweet. I'm not on makeup or anything, and I smell like dirty diapers every day from this little shit. I patted Jackie's butt and taunted myself. Come on, it's not about makeup, Davina. You are beautiful, and you are loved. I can see how much my brother loves you, and that's the best makeup, isn't it? She smiled. Yeah, that part is true. Riley, he's been a wonderful husband and a great daddy, which really impressed me. The first time I met him, I just saw him as a jerk, big bad ass. Aurora continued my words. Yes! Ha ha ha! I laughed with Aurora. God, I love this happiness. I heard someone calling my name, though. Miss me already? Riley came out of the kitchen and kissed my lips. We were just saying how you and Davina met for the first time and your annoying face, Aurora answered. Oh, really? Mentioned that I am super hot, too. Riley asked me and kissed Jackie's face next second. Oh, get over yourself. You done with the dinner preparations yet? I commanded Riley. Yes, I commanded him. Roles had reversed in this family. Soon, madam, he kissed my lips again before he went back to the kitchen. I watched his back and couldn't help but smile with true happiness. I'm glad for you, Davina, and really such a relief that bitch Lorraine is gone, Aurora said. Yeah, Riley took care of her right after our wedding. Can't believe that she was also screwing others. And please say thank you to Phil for me. If it weren't for him, we maybe never got a chance to get rid of her, I said. That bitch finally got what she deserved. But don't discuss this in front of Dad. He can get mad, Aurora whispered. Yes, he definitely would. Ha ha ha. I laughed again with Aurora. We became best friends and teased our men in the house. Riley and Father made peace too, and Father accepted me and Zoe both lived here. He learned to look at things in a different way and accepted Emma as his daughter-in-law. Good to see Leo's goofy face. Money could come and go, but the true wealth was something that would stay forever, which was family and friends. I was so happy to see a happy big family. This was everything I ever wanted in my life. 3 generations, laughter of happy couples, and happy babies. The best Christmas I had in my life. And Riley whispered to me, "You owe me something, baby." "What is that?" I asked. "A baby." "I want a daughter. You promised we're going to have many babies, don't you?" He almost licked my earlobe. "Yes, I did promise you, but you want to make it now?" I whispered back. His hand started to touch my inner thighs. I blushed. "Come upstairs. We'll make one now." The end.